Tuesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway will be a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. The other giveaway we'll be doing right now is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily. On the other way, sorry, 2 giveaways. Sorry, it's we've got 2 giveaways. The first one is a free reading for the highest gifter. The second one is a free reading, a giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure that you are tapping that screen. We will be getting to 50K in no time. Also, when you tap the screen, it pushes this live out to those who have not received this live before. So thank you so much in doing your part and helping to share this message. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we get started, first and foremost, most important question, how are you doing right now? There are no wrong answers. We are officially going through a new moon cycle, and it is a transformative new moon. This entire Libra season has been entirely about perspective, proportion, and calibration. It's not easy, particularly given the fact that we're continuing to go through this prolonged retrograde cycle with a lot of different planets are in retrograde. We did have one planet that came out of retrograde, but the one planet that came out of retrograde often creates, not necessarily helping on the intensity front, may have made things feel more intense, more dire. Pluto coming out of retrograde in Aquarius is like, but the one thing we want to recognize, and also the fact that we have a lot of energy in Scorpio right now. So this is navigating or working through the context of change. The new moon that we've experienced is in the sign work of Libra. It hit a couple of hours ago. Now, the interesting thing about this particular new moon is just as we go through the new moon cycle, the moon itself is changing today. It's moving out of Libra right into Scorpio. So we're going to have even more energy that's in Scorpio. We've got Mars in Scorpio. We've got Mercury in Scorpio. Now the lunation cycle is also going to be in Scorpio. We also have Neptune that is moving back into Pisces as a result of the retrograde cycle. Things can be emotional. A lot of feelings could come up. Also, Uranus will also be moving back into Taurus shortly too. So, I want to describe the word that comes to mind with energy like this is growing pains, right? It's the desire to transform. It's a desire to work through a change, but then feeling the energetic constriction of all of that retrograde energy that often feels like it pulls us backwards instead of forwards. And that's what I meant about navigating these cycles with a sense of proportionality. This is not the type of energy where you can just kind of say, this is the approach that I'm taking to everything right now, because everything is about navigating through the space of nuance. But the nice thing, and I'm going to tell you right now, it's also, I want to describe this as projection central. We're going through moon cycles, right? Moon lessons right now, particularly for the energy in separation. And when you're going through moon cycles, if you're doing your shadow work properly and remembering shadow work is just like a kind of intimidating name for recognizing and identifying the triggers that feel like they're supportive to the self, right? The triggers that stand next to a standard versus the triggers that you're working to heal from that are potentially placed in spaces where trauma put them, because trauma puts triggers in weird spaces. This type of work is not easy. right? It's not for the meek. But that sense of finding steadfastness and being able to navigate situations by finding your center. I've been telling you right now, if you're feeling lost in this energy, I want you refocusing right now on the present and on purpose, because presence and purpose often help us when we feel the volatility. And I keep on seeing Neptune and Saturn moving back into Pisces, right? Feeling the energetic weight of the past while also trying to, again, Uranus moving into Taurus or moving out of Gemini back into Taurus, having that sense of steadfastness that helps us in terms of moving towards pathwork of determination. Now, this is having a big impact, depending on where one finds oneself, on the frequency cycles. Now, I'm gonna tell you right now, the readings I've been giving have been incredibly complex, because the energy in separation right now is going through moon cycles, which means there's multiple phases for the energy that is in separation. And the unifying factor that we're seeing in relationality to those circumstances or situations of energy and separation has to do with one word, and that is transformation. There is there are relationships right now, potentially from the past, that are transforming in this energetic frequency. Not all of them. I keep on getting pockets of transformation, if you will. Small areas, small areas of transformation. But what is cultivating that transformation? The ability of another to articulate and identify how much they have changed. And I will say, it's like those spaces, what I keep on seeing there, it's emotional, because I almost see energy that is coming towards one another, not for the sake of energetically healing a connection, but because someone has gone far enough on a healing journey that they feel like they need to have a conversation. And it keeps on seeing, like, I keep on hearing, like, the space by which another articulates appreciation for something that one could not see, that now one is able to recognize. It's that force of intention. And so I keep on hearing it's allowing for the possibility of another person to have an even better healing journey. It's literally that type of restoration. But I keep on seeing that there's potentially a lot of catharsis that's happening in those experiences. At the same time that that is happening, we are also seeing the fact that there may be some energy of sealed separation. What do we identify with energy and sealed separation? If these are circumstances or situations wherein another feels energetic volatility, particularly and especially in the realm of energetic standards, if these were separations that may have effectively happened at the time that a manifestation goal, like there was a separation due to an argumentation point on a manifestation goal, another person working through the volatility of feeling that, but then continuing on their healing journey and feeling fortified in their feelings as they work towards those goals. If these are circumstances or situations where someone from the past energetically returns, not for the space of wanting to change something, but almost checking if someone still has feelings related to a manifestation goal, I see a lot of emotionality that may be rising up there, a lot of potential volatility, potentially feeling triggered, but not even reacting to the trigger, observing the trigger, feeling validated for having the trigger, and letting that set the affirmation as it relates to the direction that one is moving towards their healing journey. It's the personal reaffirmation of a healing journey based upon outside evidence. And that can be hard and difficult, but it's also building into the steadfastness of that energy and separation. Now, these new relationships that are coming together in this energy right now, the thing I keep on seeing about them, and this is what's so wild, and these relationships, I just keep on comparing them to the temperance partnerships that we just saw coming together. Those temperance relationships were the relationships that were coming together between the time of Uranus going retrograde up until the solstice. Those were like steady as a rock energy. You know, they found each other. There was harmony. They recognized mutual effort. Not so much these relationships. These relationships are circling each other. These relationships, they're moon relationships. So they're wary. They are aware. They are aware and they are energetically wary because they're working to protect their heart space. They may have even been injured in experiences where another person hadn't done their shadow work effectively. And again, navigating that can often create, like, it's almost like the energy that's finding each other in hermit mode, because I keep on seeing the fact of another projecting something onto the self, having to give something the gift of proximity. It's a lot of the energy that works towards not just enough of the space by which another person articulates their desire for something, but really needing to see that, really needing to see that desire magnetized into energetic action. And so that's why we see that for a lot of these energies, in order to go forwards, they have to go backwards. They're articulating a lot about their history. They're building into the fortification of the manifestation goal that they're articulating to one another by building into the space of articulating what it has taken to find one another. So this may be a point where they're talking more about their past, or working through a lot of those, like, collective, like those shared experiences that may have made them have. And I keep on hearing, it's like they're moving towards each other awestruck because they want a healthy connection, but even more so, they're very conscientious about building into one that is healthy, not something that will energetically hurt them. Now, this brings us to those temperance relationships, as I mentioned, that were coming together between Uranus going retrograde up until the solstice period that we experienced this summer. These relationships, I'm still trying to find a word to describe what we're seeing. I haven't landed upon the word. Feel free in the comments. You know the word I'm looking for. It's been lost. I don't know if it was ever found. We're gonna figure it out. But the best way I can describe, and I see it symbolically, the best way I can describe what is happening right now for the end of the temperance relationships. They're going through a solar plexus opening, but that is requiring a controlled heart space. Why do we see they're going through a solar plexus opening that is requiring a controlled heart space? Because for a lot of the energy doing this work, these temperance relationships have been through the ringer. They have been through some stuff. And I keep on seeing when they were coming together, it wasn't the fact that they were trying to keep that past from one another, but they did not want that past that hurt them to be the optics by which another perceived them. They had already healed. They had already come through their healing journey. And so now they are unpacking things. They are unpacking things in order to share more with counterpart. But that ability of sharing more is creating the space by which they are sharing something that already has occurred, something that's in the past, that suddenly, boom, counterpart, a lot of feelings about, doesn't have anywhere to put them, would like to do something about something, can't do something. Why can't they do something? Because they're working through neptonic lessons. And neptonic lessons basically teach us that if you do something about the past, it's no longer in the past, it is now the present. So this is like Neptune's lessons. Saturn says, give it to me. Neptune says, don't touch my stuff. Okay. Saturn says, give me that. No. Don't touch that. Give that to me. No, give me that, right? That's Saturn. Saturn goes, please give that to me. Neptune says, absolutely do not touch my stuff. Okay. So that's what we're effectively seeing. And we need to talk about this because while the temperance relationships are going through neptonic lessons, the energy right now deep within divine union is going through Saturn lessons. When I tell you this energy is very complicated to read for, this is why, because typically the energy is usually in the same modality, but we're going through moon lessons. So no, it can't be. It's got to be very complicated. Now, for a lot of these relationships, what they're effectively doing is, even though they may have a lot of feelings about something that happened in the past, they're not affecting it because they're holding the healing journey of the counterpart as a space of sanctuary. They're sanctifying the partnership. And by sanctifying the partnership, they're creating the space by which they're energetically protecting the peace by which they and counterpart have created for themselves, even though they may have a lot of volatility or a lot of feelings in relationality to a circumstance or situation. But that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy, that's why they're understanding and rectifying, and they're working through the space by which they're coming into an expansion point, right? Finding room to hold something, controlling the heart space, sanctification of the relationship by being energetically protective and prioritizing the peace that counterpart has found in their healing journey. This brings us to the magician partnerships. They were the relationships that were coming together from the solstice period up until the time of Mercury and Venus stationing direct behind Neptune. Now, these magician relationships prioritized the authenticity of self above everything else. And they have been in relationship before, but never like this one. They've never centered into a partnership the way that they have centered into this one. And that centering is affecting their perception of energy outside of connection. Because I keep on hearing, and this is what's so painful about it, they're going through Saturn lessons, they're going through a maturation process. Because if they've never felt more steadfast and secure, and somebody outside, if they've never felt better, and someone outside of partnership has never been worse, not only is it informing the energy within in connection about the fact that they're going through a maturation process, but they're learning more about the relationships outside of partnership. Because I just keep on hearing the same message coming through with a lot of those magician relationships. Healthy energy wants to see us steadfast. That when we're in a point of celebration for feeling energetically steadfast, the sound we should hear is yay, not boo. And often in the space that we don't hear a yay, and this is what's difficult about it, it is not only a space by which the energy may see something outside of partnership and they're feeling devastated because they understand what is happening within another person's egoic journey, but they also feel the weight of not being able to impact it. They're giving it to time, hoping that, because again, if they're prioritizing partnership and someone is articulating that they're going in the wrong direction, that's often the sound you hear as you're going through a maturation process. This is the sound you hear. The sound that you'll often hear is you're going in the wrong direction. So that's why we see that for a lot of the energy doing that work, moving through that. And I keep on hearing they're holding each other. They're providing that support to one another and potentially having support to those around connection that feel like they're healthy and feel like they're maturing at the same rate as the relationship itself. But what's also hard is it's devastating because it's recalibrating. It's not just the fact that it's affecting the relationship in the present, but it's recalibrating their perception of a relationship outside of partnership in the context of the past. So there's a lot, I keep on saying, like, here you go, like Neptune moving into Pisces, a lot of that emotionality may be coming to the surface there. Now that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you would like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. I would also like to invite you to join us over on the stack. Our next tarot class will be held on Thursday, November 19th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Sun card. I look forward to seeing you there. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for a full reading today, the list, as always, is open. As always, 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Hi there, Fee. How are you doing today? Good to see you. Alexandra, I've got you on the list. You're the first person read for. Thank you for getting on before we started. You'll have an additional card in your reading today. It's been a lot at the same time. And again, I just wrote a whole article about this over on the stack. It's expansion. It's expansion work. It's difficult. And thank you so much, Cheyenne, for joining us. Nikki, good to see you today. Hi there, Denise. Thank you for the compliment, Nikki. No, I know Uranus is moving back into Taurus. It's the retrograde. I know. I know. Grand Rising, Denise. And good to see you. Thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Thank you, Celinda, also for receiving these messages. Good to see you, Minnie. Transformation Pockets. Yes. And I'm just going to say maybe time for a nap. I haven't taken my morning nap yet either. And thank you. I always think of these partnerships as you and your partnerships. Oh, that's interesting. Grand Rising, how are you doing? Good vibes. This feels so real. Thank you for continue. Thank you for connecting to these messages, Trishina. And Sly, thank you for the follow. Thank you for confirmation, Trish. Oh my gosh, 100%. I think we are the moon partnerships. And Green Eyes, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I don't know about a word for that. I'm looking. There has to be one. I just need to find it. I don't give myself enough credit to assume that I need to create a new word. Retroactive empathy. Yeah, it's volatile. You know what I mean? It's like there's a lot under the surface there. Yeah, it's the word isn't, I mean, it's not alchemy good, but it's a good one. We're not falling apart, we're in alchemy. Ooh, I like that. Oh my gosh, you're describing me learning to be with myself and how I feel about an outside partner. And I hear boo. Oh, sending you support on that journey, Fig. So much of this. Thank you, Trishina. I'm fine by myself and I'm not interested in outside influence. Grand Rising. But I mean, it sounds to me like that sounds to me like you're becoming more refined in partnership, right? Yep. Mary, why do you? Oh, that's so kind of you to say. That's really sweet of you. I appreciate that. I found out, I don't know what that means, DK. Is that like an astrological thing? It sounds like an astrological thing. Hold on a minute. And thank you for sharing the live, Fig. Erin, good to see you today, dear. How are you doing? I sent before. Yep, I've got you. I've got you on the list, Alexandra. You're first. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the second person read for. Good to see you, Mary. DK, you should look it up. I knew it. It was a zodiac. Okay, I wanted to make sure. I'm like, it sounds like a zodiac thing. I'm an empath, but it's hard feeling feelings. Any chance I get, I hide. I mean, listen, this type of energy right now is like, it's like fortified empath central. It's like, it's not enough to be empathetic. You have to be fortified. You have to be fortified. Fortified empathy. Fortified empathy. Yes, protective rage. I like that too. Retroactive rage. Yeah, no, that's a lot. Like that's very much more in like it's fortified. It's like fortified empathetic rage is what I keep on hearing. Got a right to be, yeah, I got to get a good reason. Get a nice good. It's a strong reason. Gotta like it. Strong stuff. Yeah, I can see that. How you can be in partnership if you can't be by yourself. Otherwise, yeah, codependent. That's beautifully stated right there, Fig, right? The refined partnership that isn't just about company, but it's about connection, right? Fortified empathy. I feel like that is the word that we're moving. And it makes a lot of sense given the fact that we see like Libra with the Scorpio transition of into the moon right now, right? It's not enough to be empathetic. You gotta be fortified. You gotta be fortified in your empathy. She's like, I can understand. Doesn't make it okay. No, I totally understand. Doesn't make it okay. Doesn't make it okay. Yeah, I get into ego rage when I rage and flex on them. I mean, listen, and here's the thing again, we talk about this here, DK. It's not about getting rid of the ego entirely. The ego is the defense mechanism of the soul. And when you look at the ego as the defense mechanism of the soul, the thing you want to make sure is that your ego is in check. You know what I mean? It's got to have a good fit. It's got to be a tailored ego. It's got to fit you real well. It's got to be make sure it's got to have smooth lines in relationality to how it fits. Because that's the space by which, when our ego comes out and is like, no, it's not open. Like, you know what I mean? Like you articulate upon it. Yeah. And I like to point out, if you're ever not sure if your ego's in check, have a conversation about it, right? If you can talk about it, that's usually the best way to recognize whether like if you don't feel silly talking about it. If you don't feel silly talking about it, then it's usually a good sign that it's something that is empowering to the self, because it's the observation of something that you're working to heal. But again, it's and this is what we talk about. Like this is, I like, and that's the thing I like it too. Like Libra and Scorpio, like Libra moving into Scorpio is often the recognition point of the changes, right? We're supposed to change, and if we're in a good space, we usually are changing in the best ways possible, right? We honor the pathwork of our change. But when we feel like, and when we're feeling like we're not in a healthy space, then it's that space by which, and that's when we start feeling the distortions. And that's why I've also been saying the thing with this energy right now is if you haven't been doing your shadow work, it's like projection central. Because the thing I keep on articulating is Chiron and Eris are like right on top of each other. They're like right on top of each other, which can allow the space by which something coincidental happens and it feels very directed to the self, right? So we have to be conscientious of that as well. We're going to get into this with the Daily Collective. Just a reminder, if anybody wants to get on the list today, you'll be the second person read for, 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. A couple of updates today before we move into the Daily Collective. First and foremost, as I mentioned, thank you to everybody who participated in our recent class on the moon card. If you missed that class, it is now available over on my stack to paid subscribers. Our next class is going to be held on Thursday, November 19th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Sun card. And all you need to do if you would like to become a part of that tarot class program is mosey on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we have studied prior to beginning the next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a complimentary you'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my stack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you will also have full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library class archive. That is access to over 20 hours worth of material in an ever expanding library. It's not, and as I mentioned, it's not necessary to catch up. I will be doing my best to give you a recap on everything we've studied prior to beginning the next class. But now's a great time to join because you could take like 5 classes a week between now and the next class, and you'll be all caught up. You'll also have access. I also want to let you know that I've tried to create these classes so that they are accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. So don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also have access to my mystic meditation articles, which I release bi-monthly, that give you a recap on what we've been seeing energetically in the lunation cycles. I just wrote one last night that it was just posted last night, one on this new moon that we're experiencing. You can hop over there to read it. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal schedule. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you'd like to get on the list for today, the list is open. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. Friends, we're already at 6.4, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. And also, I'll be gifting a reading to the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So again, good luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Fortified empathy, fortified empathetic rage. I like that. That is not okay with me. Ego exists for all phases of expansion. Facts. Virtuous rage. Absolutely. All right, friends, as I mentioned, we're going to get started. Before we do so, why don't we warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check? I have our animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cat. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And just a reminder, if you'd like to get on the list right now, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You will be the 2nd person read for. We do here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic, dream interpretation, past life, mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, akashic readings, mind, body, spirit readings. And if you are participating right now in the highest gifter giveaway, Nikki is currently in the lead. So Nikki, I'm sending you support and holding on to that lead. That said, helps if I have my mic on. If you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. And that said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Hold on. There we go. All right. Welcome, everyone. Happy Tuesday. I'm the Gray Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Tuesday, October 21st, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? Can I please have the first 2 cards in our 5-card spread? First 2 cards we are starting our day off with today are the 9. Wow. The 9 of Pentacles in its upright in combination with the 5 of Swords in its reversal. Productivity is the word, is what we're effectively seeing here. What feels energetically productive. And I got to say, there are certain transitions. There are certain energetic transitions that are some of my favorite transitions. And I like the transition that we experience from Libra into Scorpio, because the transition from Libra into Scorpio is effectively the conversation on what it takes to actually be able to work towards like better energetic results, right? I keep wondering, it's very easy to stand on the sidelines of existence and complain that one does not like what one sees. Manifestation is the collaboration with the universe to be able to do the things that we hope to do, and it works through. And it's not just, I keep on again, it's not just about looking at something and feeling energetically frustrated upon the fact that something isn't moving in the modality or in the way that we aspire it to. It's a conversation on what we're going to do about it. Is what I keep on getting. Like that is what manifestation is, right? It's not a latent space. And often the misunderstanding of that is working into that experience of energetic latency. There's a lot of that work that we identify and recognize as it relates to how we effectively proceed upon things. Now, one of the things that we effectively identify, and I keep on saying this has a big impact depending on where one finds oneself on the on the frequency cycles is, and I keep on hearing transformation leads to productivity. The space by which we're able to do something different is how something gets energetically done. Now, this is having a big impact depending on where one finds oneself on the frequency cycles. And I keep on seeing like the thing with this new moon energy that we're currently working towards has to do, and I keep on hearing like I also get the fact that there's a certain expectation here, and I keep on warning people about this energy is also kind of like projection central. Why is it projection central? Because when we're not doing our inner work effectively, it's very easy to desire to project our fears out onto the world around us. But that's why we talk about the space by which our own ability to navigate through our fears is the space by which we allow for a modality of productivity, because I keep on hearing it's the ability, like our own ability to navigate through fear articulates our safety for those around us, is what I keep on seeing. It's the conversation in relationality of what feels energetically productive. Now this is hard, right? Because, and I got to tell you right now, especially for the energy in separation, we've got three different phases that we are identifying for the energy in separation. And this is because that energy in separation, these are moon partnerships that are coming together right now. And I like the thing about these moon partnerships, the thing I'm seeing with these moon partnerships is, and it's really it's really hard to be able to articulate, because there's they're subtle is what I'm getting. There's a subtlety here. There's something very energetically subtle, because, and I need to describe this. Remember how I articulated upon the fact that these new relationships that are coming together right now have been hurt by another person having not done their shadow work effectively, right? The I keep on hearing like the space by which another is energetically reactive. I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy, like working through that, there's the I keep on getting there's the modality of productivity, and I keep on seeing that they're unfiltered relationships. They're coming together in a way entirely unfiltered. And the way I need to describe this, and I need to explain this unfiltered but fortified. What do we mean by unfiltered but fortified? Unfiltered but fortified means that, and it's a continuation on the work that we saw coming through with the magician. Like the magician relationships were all about authenticity, right? The temperance relationships were all about the ability to be energetically proportional, trying to find balance. And what's nice about this is these moon relationships unify those two lessons. And what is the unification point of those two lessons? If I like who I am, right? If one tries to be one's authentic self and one likes what one sees, then the ability to be unfiltered about the self becomes the way that one is able to filter in terms of what is the best energy around the self, right? So it's the unfiltering, and this is the difference. And but this is what we also have to work through, because we also have to work through the understanding that you can only be energetically unfiltered if you are in a space of energetic like if you're in a space of energetic balance, right? It is the unfiltering that allows for energetic clarity. And so that I keep on hearing like that space of unfiltering, that modality or that experience by which another person is able to articulate something, that I keep on hearing it is the like I keep on hearing it's the freedom to be unfiltered that we find when we're building into the context of understanding like what it feel like when we're working internally to maintain that energetic balance, right? And this is what we talk about the space of the energetic shed ego, because it's the space by which that authenticity or that vulnerability doesn't feel like a weakness. It feels like a source of strength, right? When I keep on hearing, it's like when we're in a good space, then when we're in a good space, it is a joy to be seen, is what I keep on hearing. And so that's what's kind of beautiful that I'm seeing with some of these moon relationships that are coming together. When we're in like when we're in a good space, it's a delight to be seen, because there's something about them navigating from a place of feeling energetically unfiltered, that not only, I keep on hearing, not only are they feeling fortified in building a connection, but it is a connection that is built upon and based upon authenticity. Not, I keep on hearing, not feeling not feeling the energetic need to kind of have to feel like one is being, I keep wondering, not feeling the energetic need of having to effectively feel like one can't be in one's authentic space. So but I keep on seeing like this is also why I have to stress this is also why there is that level of energetic trepidation that we see that is occurring in these connections, because that trepidation is the energy that has been hurt before. They have been effectively hurt in modalities or experiences where another person had not done their shadow work effectively. And I keep on seeing that I keep on hearing they were hurt by experiences of another doing an about face, right? And what is an effective about face? It's the space by which another articulates upon something that they aspire to do, but isn't in the space by which they're recognizing and ready to navigate the changes of the self required in order to get there. We talk about this a lot here in healthy and relationship. You can't say you want healthy partnership and then be upset. You can't say you want healthy partnership and then be upset when energy puts a lot of attention to the self, right? Because healthy relationship is about mutual obsession. You can't articulate that one wants a supportive partner, but then not be able to be the energetic support system to counterpart, right? It's the validation or the space by which we create that sense of energetic balance. So everything we see that is occurring in those modalities and in those experiences, I keep on getting, there's a lot of this feeling of working through or working upon the experience of effectively identifying and recognizing what that force of intention is. And it's interesting too, because you remember I articulated for the energy and separation, we're seeing three different modalities that is effectively occurring. There are some windows here that we see that there is some energy of restoration that's happening. But that restoration that we're effectively seeing is being amplified and articulated upon the fact of recognizing and identifying, I keep wondering, giving someone some kind of articulation or conversation upon the impact that something had upon them, right? I keep on seeing there's something really restorative in those modalities and in those experiences, because it is energy that is healing something profound by articulating to another the meaning that it had for them. Now, this brings us to the energy that's reaching sealed separation. And a lot of that energy that we're seeing that's navigating or reaching into a space of sealed separation has more to do with the modality or the experience of not seeing the transformation necessary in order to amplify or articulate what is needed to resolve or to heal a situation. And that's why we see with a lot of these relationships that what the effective gift that's coming with this new moon is the feeling, I keep wondering, is the feeling of being energetically reaffirmed and restored in relationality to what that direction is. I just keep on getting the same message for a lot of that energy. Potentially experiencing a lot of volatility in relationality to another returning, but not necessarily in the space of being changed, but almost checking to see if another person is emotional about a manifestation goal. And I keep on seeing that the space by which we feel emotional in relationality to our manifestation goals, it's a conversation again about being understanding that our journey is not to get rid of triggers, but to identify the triggers that are healthy, right? The triggers that stand next to a standard because the standard feels like it needs to be protected, versus something that we're healing from, a trigger that was created in a space of trauma, because trauma builds triggers in weird places. Now, this brings us to the temperance relationships that were coming together between the time of Uranus going retrograde up until the time of Mercury and Venus stationing, up until the solstice period this summer. Center card for today's spread. Page of Swords. I like that. We like a Page of Swords here, because the Page of Swords effectively speaks to us about, I keep on getting, the Page of Swords speaks to us about the energy finding stabilization. You know, I keep on hearing expansion and stabilization. And why are we seeing the expansion and the stabilization? Because for a lot of the energy doing this work right now, that ability of working through an expansion process. Remember how I said the solar plexus opening. The thing about a solar plexus opening is that it creates a greater sense of stability within us, is what I keep on getting. It creates the space by which we're able to navigate and feel stabilized. Now, the thing about it is, especially with the space of especially with the controlled heart space, the thing about the heart opening is that heart opening often creates, I keep on describing it here as, it creates the space by which we want to, the heart space often indicates the grand gesture, is what I keep on hearing, right? I keep on getting the space or the amplification of a grand gesture. And the thing about that we're effectively seeing is, grand gestures often do not protect the sanctity of another's healing process. That's what I meant. This is what I meant in relationality to working through. Remember when I talked about the complexity, right? Remember when I talked about the complexity of some of the energy of like the work that the temperance relationships are going through right now? That is exactly what I mean in terms of the complexity of something that some of the temperance relationships are going through, which is, I keep on hearing the grand gesture of emotion that feels like it's affirming to the self, but doesn't necessarily allow something to remain healed, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like that's effectively what we're like, that's what I mean, because I told you for a lot of these relationships, the energy expounding or expanding upon something that happened in the past in a greater way, giving someone the full picture. Immediately, the energy in the present wants to go do something about something in the past. But that's why I keep on seeing the energy understanding, and they're working through Neptunic lessons. And Neptune lessons basically say, if you touch something from the past, it becomes the present. Saturn always says, give that to me. Let me hold on to that. No, don't touch it. Give it to me. Neptune says, do not touch my stuff. Okay, do not touch my stuff. Don't touch it, because now it's your stuff. Okay, like when we give things to Neptune, they have to stay with Neptune. So we see even now that for a lot of the energy working through that, the energy is like, I keep on seeing, it's the energy that works upon the space of feeling the intensity, working through the intensity based upon past experience, but then energetically restricting the self from activating upon it, thereby protecting the sanctity of the healing process by which the counterpart has come to be found. So that's why we see that for a lot of the energy doing that work, it's hard, because it's like the retrograde, it almost feels like one wanting to take recursive or regressive action in something, but then finding the energetic maturation point to stay very focused and grounded in the present. So that's what we effectively see there. And it's not easy, is what I keep on getting. But they're getting stronger. They're expanding in the process, right? They may be even articulating to each other the feelings about it. Now, energy that is deep within divine union, those magician relationships. So those are the relationships that were coming together between the solstice period up until the time of Mercury and Venus stationing direct behind Neptune. And for our purposes, we always just read on the most recent energy that moved into divine union, because we'd be here forever if we didn't. All right, can I get 2 cards to clarify? Yep, we got the Knight of Pentacles in its upright in combination with our 10 of Cups in its upright. So let's talk a little bit about this energy, because the 10 of Pentacles in its upright is, I just keep on hearing the energy deep within divine union is like proceeding in the pathwork by which they understand and recognize is best, is what I keep on getting. And the thing about that is, I keep on, like, it has to do, I need to stress this, like, and I just need to say, like, when we talk about, the space by which we grow apart from another person, I keep on getting often the space by which we grow apart from another is when they don't share our energetic joy upon things, is what I keep on seeing. The space by which I keep on getting, the space by which we feel that, I keep hearing the space by which we share joy is often the space by which we amplify and articulate upon a maturation process, is what I keep on seeing. It's the amplification, it is the articulation, it is the expression upon which we expand and expound upon something that allows, I keep on getting, allows for that journey of productivity. And so there's something, I keep on getting, there's something really, there's something really fortifying that's happening right now for some of the energy deep within divine union. Because remember how I said that it's not everyone, right? It's not, I keep on hearing, it's not like, there are energies right now for some of this energy within divine union that is feeling and sharing the same energetic bliss that they themselves are experiencing. But that's why I keep on seeing that the space by which they're following their bliss is, I keep on hearing the space by which they're following their bliss is the space by which that bliss or that joy feels like it's energetically amplified. And that's why and this is what we talk about. This is often how we can recognize that we're going through a maturation process, wherein the space by which we're following our bliss and another person articulates that the only way that they can feel blissful is if we do something ridiculous, is what I keep on getting. Like, that is what I mean by some of the energy that is working through, like, this is what I mean about some of the energy of these magician partnerships that are deep within divine union working through something, right? Like, the sign of a maturation process is when you're doing nothing but following your bliss, and another person amplifies or articulates that the only way they could feel blissful is if you do something ridiculous, which is something that is completely focused upon the individual instead of what feels like it's energetically productive, is what I keep on seeing. So for a lot of the energy doing that work or navigating that, I just keep on getting that it's like it's like okay, like, it's like that. It's a lot of that. It's I keep on seeing it's just like I feel like what's interesting about this is I'm almost feeling like there's something about the energy deep within divine union that they're finding alignment by having those conversations upon experiences such as that, right? Like, I keep on hearing, like, working through, I keep on hearing, working through an egoic journey, that I keep on hearing, like, and this is often, and this is what we talk about. Remember when I said, and this is often what we work through in relationality to, like healthy egoic journeys. Like, the egoic journey that is supportive is one that one that bars explanation, right? Like one that makes sense if you see if you understand. So that's the funny thing about it. Like the energy is like the magician energies right now. They're following their bliss by following what makes sense. Is what I keep on saying. You know what I mean? Like they're like, okay. I mean, like it's like it's just it's moving like it's like there's like that's what we're effectively seeing now. Continuing to get clarification between our 9 of Pentacles in combination with our 5 of Swords and its reversal. One card to clarify. Ooh, we got that Ace of Wands. And that's what I mean. Like the nice thing, I got to tell you, like the one thing, and we know this, and this is what I appreciate about Scorpio energies. Scorpionic energy has has very little time for I keep on hearing the difference between nuanced and ridiculous. The difference between nuanced and ridiculous is the space by which something is compelling, but in the space that it makes sense. This is why, and this is why I need to stress this. Like you'll notice this. Like you'll notice this with scorpionic journeys. Scorpionic journeys are not interested. Like they're interested in the space by which I keep on hearing mystique, not mysterious, which is like something like because I can keep on like not absurd because and this is often like something that's hard for those with scorpionic journeys because the thing is and we see this a lot like we often see this with we see this we're gonna go through this a lot with Chiron with Uranus going into Gemini. Often absurd and mysterious can look very similar, right? They can look very similar, but it's the understanding of the logic that is found in the unknown that articulates the difference between like I keep on hearing like a depth. I keep on getting a depth that goes deeper versus someone like painting a hole against the wall is what I keep on seeing. Like that's effectively the best way I can describe it. And I keep on hearing like sometimes and this is why this type of work is important right now because often like off and it has to do with the space because it's a question about whether one is avoidant of something or whether or like the question as to whether one is avoiding something or whether something it like whether someone is energetically like like hold something like at a point of deepness is hold on this is like very refined that's coming through is the depth by which we are able to articulate upon it. And I need to point this out. We sometimes see this with Scorpios, and this is always like my thing when I talk about Scorpios, which is when a Scorpio says, "I don't want to talk about it," you leave it, okay? Because the I guarantee you that when a Scorpio says articulates, "I don't want to talk about it," it's usually not because they haven't thought about it, right? Like the depth by which we understand the well by which we energetically proceed within our own thoughts is the space by which we articulate and identify the I keep on hearing like the fathoms, like understanding our own energetic fathoms versus not wanting to energetically avoid it. And I keep on hearing like that's the space by which we articulate upon the difference between I keep on hearing the absurd, right? When someone says, I don't want to talk about it, but what they're really saying is I don't want to think about it, right? Versus someone saying, I would rather not talk about it because there's a lot there. It's fathomless. There's a lot to navigate. And so this is what we effectively mean in relationality. And the reason that this is coming up right now is when I talk towards these moon relationships, the problem that I keep on seeing is for a lot of these relationships, the wariness, right? The energetic wariness that they're navigating towards one another is I keep on seeing like they're articulating upon if what they see in one another is I keep on hearing like the space by which someone energetically avoids something versus the space by which someone articulates upon the depth of something, like the depth of something there. And so I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy working through that capacity or working through that experience, um, and that's what I mean about the energy. Like, this is the energy that feels like they've been hurt by someone not doing their shadow work effectively, because I keep on hearing like the space by which they feel like they're healing from having to navigate another person's projections upon them. I keep on hearing like there's something significant and important there, and that's why I keep on hearing these relationships saying in order to go forward we have to go backwards. They're talking to each other a lot about that history, to see, I keep on hearing, to see whether the manifestation goal in relationship feels like it's in alignment, but at the same time, like I keep on hearing they're moving towards each other very, very delicately and very carefully. Like there's the it's the way that it's just the way that these relationships are coming together, and they're being energetically patient with one another. Now, continuing to I keep on hearing take all the time you need, which is what I kind of get. Like I just keep on seeing this energy that is like and this is very different from those temperance relationships, because I told you those temperance relationships hit the ground running. Those temperance partnerships were like two peas in a pod. They like bumped into each other and never stopped walking. Can I get clarification on the five of swords and its reversal and the page of swords and its upright? Yeah, oh man, king of swords and its upright. So, oh, that's interesting. You know, what we're effectively seeing here for these temperance relationships, I keep on hearing the temperance relationships are sanctifying the partnership. And the reason that they're sanctifying the partnership is we're just identifying they're sanctifying the partnership specifically and particularly because they're prioritizing the healing journey of the counterpart. They're prioritizing the healing journey of the counterpart. They're not, I keep on hearing, they're not giving themselves the indulgence of a heart opening, is what I keep on getting. Like there is a situation right now where I keep on seeing the energy working through something, and I keep on saying what I want to do. This is what I would want to do, but I keep on hearing the energy say, but to do that would be indulgent to the self. It wouldn't be honoring the counterpart, right? So there's I keep on getting there's a lot of that, there's a lot of that force of intention. It's giving me a lot of that space by which another person is articulate. I keep wondering, they're articulating and navigating through something. They're sharing their energetic feelings upon it. But I keep on hearing more than anything, they're prioritizing the sanctity of the healing journey of the counterpart, which is the space by which they articulate. I keep on hearing they can have thoughts upon it, they can have feelings upon it, but they're honoring how each other chooses to energetically handle it or to navigate it. Because I keep on seeing that and this is what I meant about them building into their space of empathy, because I keep on hearing their ability to understand the energetic complexity on what it takes to heal from something. I keep on seeing and I keep on getting, um, and this is what we have to talk about here. This is why we recognize that when we empower each other on our healing journeys, we don't tell each other what that healing journey has to be. We don't tell healing is different for everybody. And it is entitlement. It is entitlement to assume that the way that you heal is the way that another person has to heal. Right. And it's interesting too, because we talked, like, the word fortify comes through. Right. And we often have this with scorpionic journeys, because scorpionic journeys often talk about the space that something that's good for one might not be good for another. Right. It is the space by which we calibrate for what feels energetically right for us. And so that's what I keep on seeing, because it is the energy. I keep on hearing it is the energy that is potentially articulating the fact that they're looking at something in the past, and they're potentially feeling that they may have addressed it or done something differently. But then also in the space of doing that, they feel energetically consistent or secure in navigating something in such a way that they're able to articulate and amplify trusting each other in those processes. Now, this brings us to the Page of Swords in combination with our Knight of Pentacles in its upright. And this has to do specifically with the energy that's deep within divine union, those magician partnerships. We've got here the Hermit card in its reversal. So what are we seeing right now with the Hermit card in its reversal? The Hermit card in its reversal, and this is what's so wild about it, because remember, the energy coming into the temperance relationships are moving through the Neptune lessons. And the Neptune lessons basically say, don't touch Neptune stuff, right? It's a space that articulates and says, like, let that be where it is. And again, it's the energy that honors that the past remains the past when we don't energetically touch it. The energy that is working through the situations or circumstances in the magician partnerships, they're working through Saturn lessons. And Saturn lessons are saying often the space by which one says, if one touches something in the present, there's no ability to heal it in the future, right? It's the energy that understands, like Neptune says, don't touch it. Saturn says, give that to me. Give that to me. Give that to me. Because especially if these are maturation lessons, if these are energies going through maturation lessons and they're seeing someone that isn't at a point of maturation, I keep on seeing the energy that wants to effectively articulate upon something, and they're working through pathwork of patience. I keep on hearing they're having patience with themselves, but they're also having patience for honoring their journey. And I keep on seeing that, I keep on hearing, we can't get into arguments to elicit happiness in others, is what I keep on hearing, right? You can't get into an argument and be like, be happy for me. You know what I mean? Like, you be happy this minute. You know what I mean? Like, you can't do that. And that's why I keep on seeing they're going through a Saturn lesson, because I literally feel that something about the pathwork that the energy is navigating right now, moving into divine union, has to do with shared happiness. And I keep on hearing, you can't shake someone down and force them to be energetically happy about something. You just have to recognize whether they are. Continuing to get clarification between our Knight of Pentacles in combination with our Ten of Cups in its upright. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Oh, we've got here the Six of Swords in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about the Six of Swords in its reversal. For the energy that is in separation, is the energy in separation with the Six of Swords in its reversal. I keep on getting it's the Six of Swords in its reversal is often talking to us about working through, and I keep on hearing this. This is coming through repeatedly right now for the energy in separation. And I know that this is hard because especially with, and I'll kind of repeat this, and this, I feel like I need to say this to anyone who's got Pisces placements, especially with Pisces, especially with Neptune moving back into Pisces, remembering and reaffirming that closure is an illusion, that closure is not found through going back to past experiences. Closure is found by having one's hand full of presence. I'm going to say that again. Closure is not found. Closure is not found by going back to the past. Closure is found by having one's hands full of presence, which is building into the present. It's allowing the space by which one is energetically present. It's building into the space by which one is allowing for allowing for the space by one is able to feel that productivity and allowing for that space of presence. And so I keep on seeing that, and that's what I meant in terms of some of this healing that's coming through right now in a lot of these relationships And a lot of these circumstances, I keep on seeing that even in the healing, like those pockets of healing that I'm identifying here, the pockets of healing are being articulated by presence, which is not, and I keep on hearing, it's not the space by which another comes to towards another to change something, but the significance and the impact of being able to articulate to another the meaning that something had to another is what I keep on seeing, right? There's a lot of that. I keep on getting there's a lot of that energy there, but it's not easy, is what I keep on seeing. There's a lot of that space by which another person articulates upon it. Now, for the energy, and that's why I keep on getting that if these are modalities or experiences that wherein another is coming back during these times, and instead of wanting to have a healing conversation is effectively checking, just checking to see if someone is still emotional, just checking to see if someone is in their feels. It's more of a continuation of saying that when we are healing, we're always in our feels. The feels become more real. It's the articulation and amplification of understanding what we're working to let go of, right? The trauma by which we are experienced, the triggers by which are in weird places as related to trauma versus feeling triggered for good reason is what I keep on seeing. Continuing to get clarification between our Ace of Wands in its reversal, our King of Swords in its upright. Yeah, man, this Six of Pentacles. The Six of Pentacles in its reversal. And I keep on getting this. This is why these relationships that are coming together right now are coming towards each other with so much care and so much delicacy, because I just keep on seeing the same space. Healthy mirrors are not the space by which we feel energetic projections upon them, is all I keep on getting. Healthy mirrors, I keep on getting healthy mirrors are the amplification and articulation of what feels energetically sustainable. And that's why I keep on seeing that. That's why I keep on hearing for these relationships, in order to go forwards, they have to go backwards. This is why I keep on seeing the articulation of the manifestation goal isn't enough to anchor the partnership. I keep on hearing it's the exploration in relationality as to how one another arrived is what I keep on seeing. That is helping these relationships thrive. Because I keep on seeing, it's like I keep on hearing, tell me where you've been and I'll tell you who you are. Right? And I keep on hearing it's not the space by which they're judging each other for that path work, but they're articulating whether it feels like the path work and the manifestation goal align. Continuing to get clarification between our King of Swords and our Hermit card in its reversal. Ooh, we've got here the Five of Cups in its reversal. So the Five of Cups in its reversal, for the energy that's moving deeper into divine union, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of these whoa, okay, these are the next cards. Let's just put these here. Okay. But that's what, like that's what I mean. Like the hard part for some of these relationships, for those who are following the podcast, as I was about to read for the Five of Cups, two cards came flying out, right? And what's happening, and this is what I keep on seeing that is difficult, and I have to stress this, and this is what I mean about the temperance relationships going through something right now. Remember how I said that Chiron and Eris are both retrograding in proximity to each other, almost on top of each other? It's not just the fact. It's not just the fact that there's something that is happening right now for the energy that is coming into union, that is triggering. The desire to take it personally has never been stronger, because something I keep on seeing in relationality to what is being shared via the counterpart is potentially the idea. I need to describe this because this is so wild what I'm seeing here. Remember how I said that trauma builds triggers in weird places? It's not just the fact that there's something upon the pathwork of the past that is making the energy of the counterpart feel very deep in their feels, but that the wound is almost the wound of the counterpart. The past wound of the counterpart is sitting almost directly on top of a trauma trigger of the connection, is what I keep on seeing. It is the energy that feels triggered. Okay, hear me out here. I know this is what I mean about the complication of something. It is the energy that feels triggered because a past trauma experienced by a counterpart is sitting almost directly on a trigger, on a trauma trigger of the new connection. Okay? Like that is what I mean in relationality to the feeling of the desire of desiring to take it personally. And that's what I meant about the space by which they're having to go through a solar plexus, a solar plexus opening with a controlled heart space, because it's not just the fact, it's the fact that they have empathy for it, but their empathy is in overdrive because something about it is something that they take very energetically personally, is what I keep on seeing. So there's a lot of that, there's a lot of that type of energy there. Now, continuing to get clarification for the energy that is, and that was the clarifications already come out for the energy and the magician partnerships between the Hermit card and its reversal, the Six of Swords and its reversal, the Judgment card and its reversal, and the Two of Pentacles in its upright. So the clarification between the Hermit card and its reversal and the Six of Swords in its reversal is the Judgment card in its reversal with the Two of Pentacles. So I got to tell you, there is something ridiculous. And this is usually how you can tell you're going through a maturation process. When I say like the energy deep within divine union is going through a ridiculous maturation process, because the maturation process is usually amplified and articulated in the space by which you recognize that there is a pathwork to be able to heal something, but that pathwork is absolutely ridiculous, is what I keep on getting. It's like the pathwork that is absolutely ridiculous. Like it is just, I can see this energy, like talking about it, being like, I can see how to resolve this. And the only way we'd have to resolve it is by having to be absolutely ridiculous, which is, and I keep on seeing like, that's what we mean in relationality to a maturation process, which is the energy that's effectively like the energy that's looking at something and being and this is what I mean about that energy, like deep within divine union. Like I can, and here's the thing about it, they're potentially talking to others. They're talking to others about it too. Maturation, finding mutual bliss, right? The maturation by which one finds mutual bliss is often in the articulation point of being able to observe something and recognizing how ridiculous it is, right? And so that's what I mean. There's an auric cleansing that's happening right now for a lot of those relationships. And I keep on seeing that for a lot of those relationships, it's potentially looking outside of partnership at someone and being like, they're being ridiculous. Because I keep on seeing like it, and that's what often happens when there's like a resistance point in being able to navigate upon some point of change, right? It's the observation of not, like I keep on hearing the space by which another is moving more into the context by which they're not recognizing the fact that I keep on hearing healthy energy wants to see us steadfast, which is the observation of feeling that sense or that force of stabilization. So there's something important about that. And I keep on seeing that the healing is coming through in the energy, having sympathy for one another as they're going through it, is what I keep on getting. Continuing to get clarification between our Six of Pentacles in its reversal and our Five of Cups in its reversal. We've got here the Seven of Cups in its upright. And the thing with the Seven of Cups, the thing with the Seven of Cups in its upright, getting back to the energy right now in separation, we had a lot of, how do I describe this? You know, I like the Seven of Cups in this modality right now, because the Seven of Cups for the energy and separation is talking about all of the phases that we're currently seeing right now for the energy and separation, right? And I keep on seeing that there's like a there's like something happening right now for the energy in separation that feels like they're trying to they're trying to sort through um they're trying to sort through what feels like it's energetically true. And I keep on seeing the reason that the energy in separation is doing that is I keep on getting this energy has been has worked through. I told you how this energy is healing. I keep wondering, they're healing from situations or circumstances wherein um another I don't I keep on hearing the disambiguation of another's inability to be able to recognize what is necessary in order to maintain or navigate towards a manifestation goal. And it's more of the continuation that we spoke about. You can't say, you can't be like, it's ridiculous, I can't find, I just can't find the perfect partner, right? And then being like, I just want somebody who's like dedicated, and then suddenly you say, oh, stop, you're obsessed with me, right? You can't articulate that you want someone who's doting, and then when you receive attention, you articulate it as obsession. You can't amplify you can't amplify the fact that you want something that is stabilizing, but then say that one feels bored in the space by which something feels like it's energetically grounded. It's the identification point of those. There's a huge disparity in the difference, and we have to work through this. And this is what we talk about with shadow work. The difference between articulating upon one's desire to have something versus the experience of feeling it, right? And this is why we often talk about the fact that if you're miserable, right? If you're miserable and you say to yourself, if I just had this, I would be less miserable. Sometimes that's the case, right? If there's something that's creating a weight, if there's something that's creating a blockage or limitation that is amplifying a difficulty point, then yeah, the clearing of that blockage will allow for an easement. But what you want to avoid is the identification that you can't, I keep on hearing, you can't remove personal misery with the right manifestation goal, which is everywhere you go, there you are, right? If you're not happy with the self, then you can enter any manifestation goal that you aspire towards. And I hate to break it to you, but you're going to find yourself there. You're not going to find yourself, you're going to find yourself there. And that's why we often articulate that the job of finding ourselves is a first step in terms of navigating towards a manifestation goal, because a healthy manifestation goal changes us in accordance with moving towards it. It's the amplification point of understanding that that work is mutual. Because when we look to the universe and say, gimme, but we're not willing to navigate the changes that are necessary, that's kind of rude, isn't it? It's not polite to be in that modality. So it's the space by which I keep on hearing we navigate our manifestation goals with courtesy, which is the courtesy of understanding that that journey of becoming is something that always requires change within us. And then we're not going to be perfect as we do so. But the space by which, and I like to point this out, the space by which we're accountable on what it is that we're working to improve upon is the space by which we can improve upon it, right? It's the conversation that allows things to get done more effectively. So, and I keep on hearing it's tireless work. It's like there's no rest, but it's the best work possible, because it allows for the space by which we're always like, if you want a good manifestation goal, make sure that you're always seeking to learn, because that ability to adapt and to recognize is one that is built upon mutual care and observation. But this is why I see so much point of caution in relationality to the energy approaching one another, because they've been burned before. This energy's been burned before. They've been burned before by energy that articulated upon the desire to have something, but then stood in a space of latency and said, why isn't it happening? Instead of what can I energetically do about it, right? It's the condition by which we move something forward as effectively as we can. Always patient, never waiting, continuing to get clarification between our 5 of Cups in its reversal, our Judgment card in its reversal, and our 2 of Pentacles in its upright. One card to clarify, please. We've got here our Page of Pentacles in its upright. Now, this brings us to the energy that is coming into divine union. And I keep on hearing they're sanctifying the partnership. Why are the temperance partnerships sanctifying the partnership right now? Because I keep on hearing they're letting go, right? I keep on hearing I keep on hearing the energy right now going, it would be very indulgent to open up the heart space, is what I keep on hearing. Be very indulgent, would feel really good, right? We got all that energy like retrograding in Aries being like, you want to do something about that past, don't you? You know, it'd feel really good. It would feel really good to your personal journey because something about their personal journey feels like it triggers your personal journey. So I can see it's very, very tempting. I can see the energy going, it's very, very tempting. You'd like to do something about that past, would make you feel good, wouldn't it? Would make you feel good. And this is how the energy is calling back their energy. Would it make them feel good? Would it make the counterpart feel good? Is the desire to open the heart space something that is indulgent upon the self? Or is it putting conscientious care and effort and attention into the sanctity of the peace that the counterpart has created for the self? And that's why I keep on hearing they're sanctifying the partnership, because the word that they're looking for is it would make you, not them. Continuing right now, energy deep within divine union, clarification between our Seven of Cups and its upright and the Page of Pentacles. Productivity. There's that. It got the 8, right? 7 to 8. We like that. And again, that's Libra to Scorpio, right? Sometimes when something isn't productive, you wait. And here's the thing about it. I see the energy. It's not the energy that's waiting. It's funny because I know I said always patient, never waiting, except when Saturn arrives, because Saturn says wait, right? I keep on seeing that for some of that energy. I keep on getting for some of that energy. I keep on getting this energy deep within divine union. And this is what we talk about in terms of Saturn lessons, right? When you're going through a maturation process, you can't be mad that someone else isn't maturing at the same rate as you. Nothing is more absurd than being upset at someone because they're not maturing at the rate that you yourself are maturing. And often when we get upset at another person not maturing at the rate by which we're maturing, we create a wound that can't be healed, as opposed to building into the pathwork of patience, hoping that they'll energetically get it. And that's what I keep on getting. I keep on hearing, it doesn't require, it's like, it's hard compassion, because I keep on saying it doesn't require the energy to tolerate something that isn't appropriate. But I keep on hearing they're giving each other the gift of, they're giving someone the gift of proximity, right? Like when someone is not maturing at the rate by which we are maturing, we give, like Saturn says, give them the gift of proximity. Give them the gift of proximity, because the day may come that they'll recognize. And that's what I saw in terms of some of those apologies that are coming through right now for some of the energy and separation. Bottom of the deck right now. There's all that. There's a lot of 7. Here's all that 7 energy again. Got 7 on the bottom of the deck. It's perfect. You gotta heal from perfect if you want to find perfect, right? When you are there is something about recognizing that perfection is found, it's not made. It's the identification point. And here's the thing about it. Often when we're waiting for perfect, all the things we need for perfect to come along pass by us. And we're just completely like, boop, boop, boop. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, right? It's about productive, right? It's about the ability of understanding the sublimity, right? The sublime nature that when we ask for things, the universe sometimes doesn't deliver them to us on a platter. They start giving us things. Okay? They start giving us things. Be like, I don't know what happened. I wanted a birdhouse, and then I got a wrench in the mail, and I got some wood, and there's all these all these birds outside my house, right? It's like sometimes we have to understand that the way the universe communicates with us isn't like the space by which they look at us like a greedy child that says, give me this, and it gives it to us. It's the space by which, it's like your mom that says, like, I want a sandwich, and they go, there is bread. There is bread. I've got some good news for you. There is some bread and some food and some salami in the fridge, and all you need to do all you you need to do is just move your little self over there and you'll have all the things you need to be able to have that thing. So if you're feeling like that right now, I want you to recognize that. And I know how frustrating it can be. And I know how infuriating it can be when we're working through these modalities of experience and we look at things and go, this isn't ideal, right? But I keep on hearing, remember, ideal is what we do with less than ideal situations, right? It is the space by which we have the capacity to work through something. That is the space by which our dreams become reality. So allow that to kind of help you, even if things feel like they're frustrating right now. Let that observation in terms of what can make things better help us move us towards what is better. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and experiencing it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we begin our personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everybody who attended our recent class on the moon card. Our next class will be held on Thursday, November 19th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the sun card. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I do my best to give you an update on everything we've studied thus far, but if you wanted to catch up, now's a great time to join. You could get on the list, you could get on now and take like 5 classes a week and be all caught up for our next class. You also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my stack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also have full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library class archive. That is access to over 20 hours worth of material in an ever expanding library. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also be notified as to my mystic meditation articles. I just released one last night on navigating this new moon energy that we're experiencing. I also want to let you know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which can be purchased per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Bridget. You got our highest gifter today. Thank you so much for those gifts. If anybody else would care to get on the list right now, you will be the fifth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we are at 21.5K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Grand Rising Fig, Minnie, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Mary, thank you for the compliment. How are you doing today, Ducky? Good to see you. Fig, thank you for sharing the live as well. Yes, it is. Thank you for confirmation, DK. Fortified empathy, absolutely. And good vibes, thank you for those gifts. Hind. Oh, wait, Christine, you got the cat. You can't say fox or cat. Ducky, good job. You guys need to pick an animal. Excellent. New moon. I'm an Aries rising. Roar. I like that imagination. That's good. That makes a lot of sense with this new moon right now. I hope you're having a beautiful day. I like that. Our ability to navigate our fear creates safety for those around us. Tap to claim. Ready to focus on myself for this new phase. I got you on the list, Andrea. Received. Yep. You're so welcome, dear. How are you doing today, Per? Got you on the list as well. Grand Rising, Estevan. Good to see you. How are you doing today? Grand Rising, Haley. I miss being a subscriber. Going to have to put some money into that soon, but I made it. Oh, welcome, Haley. So good to see you today, dear. I got you on the list. No problem, dear. You know, again, no readings if you're operating a vehicle. You know my rule, okay? I want you pulled over. Per, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Saturn, it is what it is. It is. I mean, like, that's the thing with Saturn, man. You know, like, you're like, yeah, like, look, like, literally, as I say it, it's like Saturn is like, give me that. Don't touch it. Right? Saturn is like, just don't, like, just give it to me. Like, right? Saturn and Pluto. Exactly, Alexandra. Yeah, this season. I completely agree. Grand Rising K. I don't know Pluto, but I don't think they're fun. No, Pluto. I mean, here's the thing. Pluto is intense, right? It's not, I mean, Pluto, like, there's fun to be found in Pluto, but there's fun to be found in Pluto and relationality. Like, the amount of fun you have working through Pluto is exactly proportional to how intense, like to whether you can calibrate or navigate for intensity. You know what I mean? Like, that is what we effectively see when it comes to plutonic journeys, which is like, you know what I mean? It's like Phantom of the Opera vibes. Yeah, the same way a roller coaster. Yeah, exactly. I like that, Alexandra. Like, the same way a roller coaster is. I like that. Bridget, hi there. Every planet has its benefits and detriments, right? They all have beautified and detrimental aspects to it, you know. And we see the same thing with like Saturn, right? Putting things off too much can often be an issue with Saturn, right? Saturn issues. The issue with Saturn is saying, oh, the future will take care of that, right? Like, that's often what we see in relationality to the difference, right? The difference, like the fine line between Saturn that says, don't touch that now, you're going to ruin the chance of healing it later, versus the energy that says, oh, I'll just, future me will take care of that. And then, and like, you're like, future me is like, what have you done? You know what I mean? And simultaneously, Neptune lessons is the space by which we understand, like, Neptune is like, don't touch my stuff, which is the space by which we allow for the understanding of the past, right? Feeling the depth of intensity. But when we're too trapped in the past, right, it's hard to focus on the present. So it's a lot of, like, every sign work has its benefits and detriments. Yeah, the Wounded Healer in retro with Eris, great combo. Mind your trigger. No, completely. You know, it's a lot of that. What did you mean by that? What do you mean by that? You know what I mean? Like, it's a lot of that. Yes, I did. How did you know? Yeah. Yeah, I was like, when is it, Bridge? Then I remembered Pilates time. Yep, you tried. Yep. Yeah, I know. I just even tried to move the birds. They wouldn't come off my head. You know, when the birds don't move, I just look silly. I was like going like this, and if you didn't realize I was trying to get the birds off my head. I feel like I've been gone forever. It's so good to see you, Figs. How you doing today, Laurel? What does that even mean? Ridiculous in a good or bad way. Ridiculous in the way that potentially someone is asking another person to move away from bliss to heal their ego, is what I keep on seeing. I keep on hearing, like, that's often when we recognize a maturation process is in progress. When someone says, like, what would you prefer me to do? And someone be like, I prefer you not to follow your bliss. Being like, okay, that's someone that's working through an egoic wound, right? Yeah, like when their behavior doesn't make sense logically. Yeah. Eris is associated with starting the Trojan War because she wasn't invited to an event. Well, maybe they should have invited her. She's in retro with the wounded hero. There's more to it, but that's a synopsis. Yeah. Whenever we go, there we are. You can't take a vacation from ourselves. Maybe we could just a little bit. That's called disassociation. Yes, it feels good. That's indulgence. No animosity, but still hard to see the disparity. I feel that so much. Yesterday we had a lot of 8 energy. That's true, Bridget. And CS, thank you for the follow. Are the cards in retro too? I mean, I gotta tell you, these cards, I feel like they're good. They feel energy. They feel productive. Fair enough. My Aries and Saturn in a nutshell. Yeah, Saturn gave us the bread, cold cuts, cheese, and mayo. What does that make exactly? Yeah, exactly. Make your own sandwich. Great reading. Oh, you're so welcome, Fig. All right. Yep. Okay, excellent. You're welcome, dear. Future me has a big to-do list. I like that, Bridget. I have Aries, Saturn, 12 health. Oh, wow. That's intense. Yeah. I just saw, I've been scrolling with commentary. Hello. All right, friends. We're going to get started on personal readings. It's a great time to get on the list. If you'd like to get on the list, you'll be the 5th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. All right, and the first person we're reading for today is Alexandra. Thank you for being the first one. Thank you for getting on the list early, Alexandra. You'll have an additional card in your reading. Can you let me know? I believe you said it's on the disco. For anybody who's joining us who would like to get on the list right now, we are doing Life Path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic guidance, past life, pet readings, dream interpretations, Akashic, mind, body, spirit, animal spirit guide. And if you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, you can post it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Right, I am looking right now. And while we wait, is this inside tea or outside tea, Alexandra? And while we wait for an answer, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The owl. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. Okay. Okay. We got inside tea, so just bear with me a moment as I read over some of these notes, and then we will get to an energetic reading. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. All right. Yep, and Nikki, you can absolutely get on the list from yesterday. I've added you, and if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 6th person read for. Yeah. All right, and so we're doing an energetic read. Yep. On an individual connection. Oh, man. That song? Okay, fine. Goodness. Oh, Lord. Everybody wants a spiritual baddie until synchronicities start happening, and now they're running away scared. Everybody, like, that's the answer I'm getting from this read. Everybody wants a spiritual baddie until the synchronicities start hitting, and now they're running away scared. That's what I'm getting with this read. Where are you going? Come back. I mean, like, I feel like I'm getting here the space by which, I keep on hearing, I didn't think you were like, I feel like I want you to entertain the possibility that this person is all bark, no bite, is what I keep on seeing. Because something about him, like, I've got some kind of an intimidation factor here. You never would know it, you know? Um, and I feel like that, like, I just keep on seeing a situation here where, so I'm going to walk you through what I'm seeing with this energetic connection. And I mean, in relationality to whether they're in a good place right now, the answer is what you saw was a cry for help. And I keep on hearing, if it's no longer up, if it's no longer up, that's your confirmation on that too, is what I keep on seeing. But I'm also getting a really strong message from the guides, which is, it's not your job to rescue someone from their decisions. It's not your job to rescue someone from their decisions, because I see something here, you know. I feel like you saw straight through somebody's, like, somebody, and I keep on hearing, like, when we are building in authenticity with one another, there are no moves, there are only intentions. And I feel like you need to write that down. When we are building with authenticity with someone, there are no moves, there are only intentions, which is the space by which we are open and authentic and intentional to one another, is the space by which anything is possible. And I see the fact that you saw through someone's, I don't even want to use the word, right? Like, I almost see a situation of being like, I see what's happening here. I see what you're trying to do. And the funny part is I almost see a space by which you are like open to having a conversation about it. And like, I can see them, like, and I keep on hearing, if they went silent, then you hit the target. If they went quiet, then that's the sound of the target being hit in relationality to you articulating upon something that they were doing that was not above board, is what I keep on getting. You know? They weren't being honest with you about something. And I do feel like the difference between being in a relationship and managing a relationship has to do with the fact that you prioritize the relationship. And I don't know what it is, but I feel like you got in a conversation with them in relationality to the fact that it felt more like they were managing than moving towards you with intention. And managing, right? Managing relationship is often recognizing and being like, can you please explain the gaps in the resume? Can you please explain what these blank spots are? And often you can tell when someone's managing a relationship when you try to have a conversation and being like, can you please explain this? And the other person goes running in the opposite direction. I feel like somebody locked themselves out of your life. I feel like they were in some kind of modality where they expected the fact that you were going to apologize for asking them a question, right? And instead, I keep on hearing, instead, like I keep on hearing, they thought they were in a situation where they were making you hold your breath, but instead something ended. This is why I keep on hearing, this is why we don't play games and making others hold their breath. Because while another person is waiting and saying, "Oh, it's okay. I just need to wait long enough," and they'll miss me so much they'll stop asking questions. A healed person does not stick around for it. A healed person will choose a healed chur- pu- a healed person will choose themselves rather than continuing in a space where they can't ask questions. You might be the most healthy person this person's was ever in relationship with. You are the most healthy. I want you to, and that's what I meant. I want you to recognize that you are potentially the healthiest person that this person has ever encountered. Because I keep on hearing you chose yourself instead of remaining in a situation where someone was trying to condition you not to ask questions. And now I see the fact, I feel like there's something about them recognizing that they realize, like, I feel like, and that's why I keep on hearing what you saw. You asked me as to what it was. It wasn't any of those. It was a cry for help. They found somebody. They found someone. I keep on hearing the desperate energy that like someone desperate will not ask questions. And then I keep on hearing they're in the company of someone where they couldn't have felt more alone. Right? They got what they wanted. Right? It's a lonely place to be in the company of someone that doesn't ask us questions. So, I mean, and I think you saw it. I think you saw it, and like I can see it. You know, I feel like I see somebody that's trying very hard. Like I feel like it's somebody. I feel like it's somebody who recognizes that they potentially they tried, like, this is the thing, you try to do funny business with the best energy you've ever met, and you ruin a good thing in perpetuity. And I don't know why I feel like there's something about this that somebody put themselves in double jeopardy with you. I keep on getting this. Somebody put themselves in double jeopardy with you, which is to say, when I get the word double jeopardy when I'm reading, it means that you gave someone the opportunity to be honest with something. You called them out on it. You said it was okay. That you saw through the fact that they weren't being honest about something. And instead of being open with you about it, they doubled down and they lied about the thing that you saw through, is what I keep on seeing. And so now I literally see a situation where someone feels like they put themselves in double jeopardy with you, because I keep on seeing the only way they recognize that they can come back towards you is not only admitting that you were right, but even in the process of admitting that you were right, the fact that they did not give you, the fact that they made you feel crazy by insisting that you were wrong, right? Like I literally see, I keep on hearing someone say, I locked myself out of their life twice, is what I keep on hearing. Um, Bottom of the deck. Yeah, and this is why, like, yeah, like you asked me if there's a karmic connection between you and them. Yes, like this, especially with the lovers and its reversal. And here, and I need to stress this: I feel like there was something about the karmic connection that you were trying to say to them. You don't have to pretend with me. You know, I see a situation where you literally said, I see the fact that you feel like you need to lie about things. You don't need to do that with me. I'm here to embrace your truth. But when we have not done our karmic healing, our like the energy that comes towards us and says, and I keep on seeing, I've heard that before, right? The fallibility and not being able to let go of energy that's let them down. I feel like you were the one. I keep on hearing you were the one that would have made their dreams come true. Anything. The funny part is you wanted the same things as them. The difference is, again, the difference between maneuvering around someone and working with someone is doing something together. And this energy hasn't healed from the modality of understanding that when we ask for things, we're not asking for permission, we're asking for participation. And so I keep on seeing, if this energy hasn't healed from the space of saying, not wanting to allow the context by which you have a say in something, you would have created a balanced relationship with this person. And I keep on seeing something about them recognizing and realizing that. I feel like they're going through the modality of understanding that the limitation in having that relationship was based upon them finding exactly what they wished for, but not being able to embody the qualities and characteristics that were necessary in order to maintain it. I feel like they weren't ready to, they weren't ready to let go of the power struggle, is what I keep on hearing. And that the worst part is there would have never been a power struggle between you and them. Because I keep on hearing you would never have denied them anything. And so I feel like the space by which, and I keep on hearing, if you saw that, that was you seeing the shape they're in. That's them like that's them finding, and I don't know why I keep on hearing, is there a it's do I why do I keep on hearing, is there a striking resemblance? I don't know why, I don't know where that came from. I just keep on hearing the resemblance is striking, isn't it? But the face, but the look on their face wasn't, was it? The resemblance is striking. Thank you for sending you support on that journey. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards gave you chills, didn't it? Striking resemblance. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more. For my subscribers, links in my bio, please keep in mind. There are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading. And you can book a private reading on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. That resemblance thing, man. Oof. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments. You're welcome, Fig. Yes. Of course I fell asleep and woke up just at the end. That's okay, Nikki. I'm glad you got some rest. Yep. And I've got you on the list, Nikki. Yeah, I mean, I think you're scary because I feel like, I don't think it's like you're scary intentionally. I think it's like they recognize the difference between what they said that they wish for versus embodying the experience of being in the space of being able to have the courage to like face like And that's what I see. Like, you are everything they ever wished for. And all they had to do was stop. Like, I keep on hearing, oh, if I only found the perfect person, I would stop doing this. And I keep on hearing they let themselves down. Redirection. I've been there before. I couldn't ask one of my exes any questions, sending you support. Thank God I have not encountered one of these Pokemon before. Thank God I have not encountered one of these Pokemon before. You're welcome, Tiff. Yeah, they did not look okay. No, I keep on hearing the resemblance is striking, but the look on the face is very different. Yeah, he would get so angry. We only dated for a month due to that. Sending you support, Minnie. Interesting. I guess I was with someone kind of like that for a month too. Yes, it gets old fast. Yeah, denial and dishonesty hurt nonetheless, even when I saw for what it was, control. And he didn't get to hear how he didn't get to hear how your dreams lined. I mean, but it's all like, I literally see a situation. It's like, like, I feel like, would they have believed you? You know what I mean? Like, I keep on seeing, like, I told you. It's like it's like they're wishing for things, but then they can't believe it when it's happening. Too focused on his own world to notice. Yes, it's heavy. Thank you for reading it. I appreciate it. It's a lot. It's been weighing on me. I can see why it's weighing on you. And that's what I mean. Like, and that's why I kept on hearing one of your guides saying, we don't save each other from our decisions. Which is, I keep on saying, if you articulated to another the conditions by which you'd be willing to have a conversation, I keep on saying they're aware of it. But they need to understand and identify. Like, I keep on seeing, like, I keep on hearing that's their journey. It's not. And again, like, remember when I said, like, holding your breath? Like, I keep on hearing, like, the space by which another person holds breath is the space by which they're not willing to do the work, saying, do you miss me enough yet to put up with something? Like, that's the hard part about it. Like, and when you're saying, like, I can see the energetic connection, and I can see somebody that's pulling on you energetically because they miss you. But I keep on hearing, there's no missing. If you've told someone what they need to do in order to find you, who's missing who is what I keep on hearing. Right? That's what I'm seeing. I can't overextend. I don't think it's my place to explain. An apology is needed to reconcile. Exactly. Especially, I keep wondering, I feel like you already did. Like, that's a wild thing about it. I feel like I see, like, I keep on hearing one of your guides saying you could not be clearer, in relationality to articulating what it is that we're looking for from someone. And it's funny too, because, like, I don't know if you've noticed, but the whole time I've been doing this reading, I've been rubbing my nose constantly, which is literally a situation. I feel like you said to someone, just please stop lying because I can see through it. I can almost see you saying to someone, I just need you to stop doing that lying. You don't need to do it here. You know, Thank you so much, Jay, for the follow. But again, like, when we're from a trauma environment, like, lying protects us. But I keep wondering, that's not your journey. That's theirs. They need to recognize that they need to let go of that trauma if they want to have anything healthy. And thank you so much for the follow, Jay. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Andrea. Andrea, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th person read for. And while we wait for Andrea, let's do an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ella, nice. Well done. All right, we'll do that again after the next reading. Also, please remember, friends, when we get to 50K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. We are also, all right, also we are doing life path here, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic guidance, past life, pet readings, dream interpretations, Akashic, animal spirit guide, mind, body, spirit. Okay, let's see. And Liz, these are subscriber readings. So if you'd like to send the donation, these are donation-based readings. So if you'd like to send the donation, I'm happy to do a reading for you, or you can become a subscriber. Subscribers are eligible for 1 card. I got you, Andrea. Let me just pin you up here. Guys, make sure to give Andrea some love. And thank you for getting on the list today first. You'll have an additional card in your reading. All right. In a phase of endings. All right. You literally closed your eyes and saw the shape. That's awesome, Ella. Good job. Okay. Andrea, 2. You're welcome, dear. Okay. 3. And you get an additional card. All right. Ooh. Ooh. I mean, I feel like the message I'm getting on this right now is it an ending or is it a maturation process? You know? Like, is it an ending? I mean, I feel like it's interesting because I see one situation that is deeply personal. Like I see some kind of process right now of and I need to describe this. Like and it's interesting because I see one process of you articulating to another and saying, I need to prioritize the process of another person's transformation. Like I literally see a situation where you are identifying and articulating the full clarity in terms of where you recognize and identify that you need to put some kind of force of intention. I feel like there's something really significant about that. And at the same exact time that I'm seeing all of that, I see there's something happening where another person not respecting, like not respecting that process is what is creating the ending, is what I keep on seeing. Like that's what I'm identifying in relationality to some of that heaviness. And I feel like the thing that we observe in relationality to that is like, and it's interesting too because I just keep on hearing the words like I don't know why I keep on hearing the words cruel. Like that's the thing that I keep on hearing upon something that feels like it's energetically wild. Like I almost see a situation where you're trying to say to another person, um, like I don't know why I keep on hearing things like saying like uh they want like it's like when someone sees us having to put all of our energy into someone that needs our care and support, right? But they take it personally. That's what I mean about going through a maturation process. Because I almost feel like I see you like trying to say to another person that they shouldn't be demanding more from you. They should be asking what they can do to energetically assist you. Like what it is they can do to kind of put like pour more of that effort or intention towards something in a way that feels like it's significant or it feels like it matters. And I feel like the one thing I would kind of utilize in relationality to doing that work is I want you to focus on the mantra, I prioritize energy that prioritizes me and wants the same things as me, which is not the energy that sees us with our hands full and demands more from us, but the energy that says, how can I make something easier for you? How can I help? How can I do something to help energetically relieve the burden of what it is you're carrying? Because I see, and it's interesting too, because I don't know if you've noticed, as soon as I started to read for you, it's interesting because like it's feeling like it's like in the heart chakra, right? You know, the space by which another person says you're not paying enough attention to me tells us everything we need to know about where their intention is. Because I keep on seeing when someone sees us with our hands full and then articulates upon the fact that we're not giving someone enough attention, what they're really saying is, I don't empathize with you. I don't recognize what it is that you're navigating. I only see you in the context of what it is that you bring towards me. And so I feel like there's something about that, because I almost feel like this is the sound that I told you, you going through a maturation process. I keep on seeing is the space by which you're not trying to facilitate a connection, but you're just working tirelessly. Everything you need to know, I keep on hearing it's everything you need to know about the strength of the energy around you is amplified and articulated upon the difference between energy that says, how dare you, versus energy that says, what can I do to help you? So I want you right now, I keep wondering, I don't want you taking another person's selfishness personally. I want you to write that down. I don't take another person's selfishness personally, which is the space by which we don't get upset if another person articulates the fact that we're letting them down. But the reason we're letting them down is because they want more from us beyond what we're capable of giving. Their selfishness is not your responsibility. It's nice to be wanted. But when another person cannot recognize the fact that their desire does not usurp our ability to do things, that helps us understand. I keep on seeing you're looking for mature energy. You're looking for mature energy. Mature energy does not look for energy that's going to facilitate caring about them. It's the energy that says, how can I help you? How can we help each other? How can we do something that is energetically proportionate? Because I just keep on seeing and I feel like this was some kind of tendency that you are healing from. And I do feel like, and I keep on hearing this is a result of you healing from an inner child wound that I keep on hearing and I feel like if a lot of these changes are happening simply because you're overcoming some kind of desire to people please. I keep on hearing it's not, and I keep on hearing, and it's funny too, because I see you healing your desire to people please, but it's not even the fact that you're being selfish, you're just being proportionate, which is if you're asking for something, that you would eagerly give another, there's nothing energetically selfish about that. You're looking for, I told you, you're refining your partnerships, you're refining your relationships, right? You're looking for that proportionality. And I keep on hearing it's going to be alone. I hear it's going to require a little bit of loneliness. Like I almost feel like I see you. I see you in a hangman in its reversal, but almost immediately going into hermit mode, because I keep on seeing the space by which you're not moving towards something that is better, but saying, I know what it is I'm looking for is the sound of you making a choice that you know is best for the self. Now I keep on hearing, and I think that there's something important about this. You're not you're not leapfrogging into things. You're walking away from things that don't energetically serve you, right? I feel like this is a sound of you choosing yourself. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, seven of swords. in its reversal. I think it's wild because I see some kind of situation where you're making some kind of choice and choosing yourself, and another person is convinced there must be someone else. Is what I keep on hearing. I see someone that's like never chosen themselves, that is absolutely convinced and saying there must be like what I keep wondering who's like I keep on hearing who, and I see you being like me. Like I literally see somebody being like, who is it? And you being like, it's me. It's me. Give me their name. And you're like, it is my name. I am choosing me. That's what I keep on seeing. Like I literally see someone that is absolutely dubious. Because absolute energy that has never chosen themselves will always look for a catalyst, is what I keep on hearing. Energy that has never chosen themselves will always look for a catalyst, which is the space by which another person says, ever since you started doing this, you haven't been the same. Ever since you got on that, right? It's the energy, I keep on hearing, energy that's never chosen themselves will always look for a catalyst, which is the identification point of blaming something that you're doing as a negative instead of a positive. And so I feel like, and I keep on hearing, it's not your job. It's not your job to clarify that choice. It's not your job. I keep on hearing, it's not your job to defend against another person's projections, is what I keep on hearing. So if someone, I keep on hearing, if someone is trying to project something onto you, which is like getting into an argument about something that didn't happen or creating some kind of wild, whacked out story, as opposed to accepting the reality of what it is that you're articulating to them. I keep on hearing, don't empower someone's misconception by entertaining a conversation, which is like which is the space by which you don't get in an argument with someone that's like making a fabrication about something. Because I see that even in the space, like here's the thing, like someone will be projecting so hard on you that they'll fabricate something, and even in the space by which you're arguing with them about it, you recognize how ridiculous it is because you're literally arguing about something that did not happen. I keep on hearing, I will not entertain a fabrication with conversation, which is the space by which you say to another person, I'm not going to entertain your delusion as to what you feel is occurring by getting into an argument as to whether or not it's happening. Being like, I'm not, like that is literally like you almost being like just shutting something down in that way and being like, I'm not like I'm that like that's not like that's not what's happening, is what I keep on saying. Like you being like this is me choosing myself for no other reason than the fact that I'm making that choice, is what I keep on seeing. Don't let somebody, like I keep on hearing, you don't need to have every conversation to, because I keep on hearing when someone wants to energetically misconceive you or doesn't want to let you go, they will create misconceptions just to keep the conversation going, right? Like the energy that doesn't care whether you're angry or not, but just glad that they're still talking to you, is what I keep on seeing. So I keep on hearing like it's like almost a space of being like, if that's what you need, like if that's what I keep wondering, if that's what you need to tell yourself, but it's not true. Like I almost see you saying that to someone. Like if that's what you need to, if that's what you need to believe, so be it, but it's not true. Right? Like that's almost like I almost hear you having to say that to someone, being like if that's what you need to tell yourself, but it's not true. I don't know why I keep on hearing that. If that's what you need to tell yourself, but it's not true. I literally said that in my last conversation. Thank you for confirmation. But that's what I mean. You can end it there, right? Like that is how you navigate another person's projection, right? Oh, sending you so much support on that journey, dear. And again, I keep on hearing like energy that wants to keep, like energy that wants to keep a connection with you won't care about whether or not it's true. They'll just be in the space by which they're glad that you're still, like I keep on hearing like someone being like, oh, if they're angry at me, they still care about me, instead of building into the quality of the energetic connection. So look for what feels like it's productive. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Andrea. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, thank you to those who are joining us on the place where we keep the videos. There is joy with normal and kind. Love is patient and kind. I love that, Addie. Tap to claim. Anita, I won't take another person's selfishness personally. Beautifully said. Tap to claim. All right. And just bear with me a moment as I read over the comments. Purr, you made it. Excellent. Literally closed my eyes and saw the shape. That's wild, Ella. Could be the ex wanting to keep me around, but never really doing his work to create or to not create confusion. That connects so much. This, especially when you ask for assistance and they refuse, or say that often. I say, I'm not offended by their inabilities. Wow. I don't take another person's selfishness personally. Spot on, mature energy. That's the truth. Healing and evolving. Yes, especially when you try your hardest to help them. I'm not getting in the entire reading. Okay, so Andrea, if you didn't get the whole reading and it was glitching, you can go over to the place where we keep the photos or videos and you'll find the full reading there. Okay, it should be available. Okay, choosing myself for sure. Sending you support as well, Nikki. Agreed, no more conversations. I've had enough and just want to give back to what I need and want. Tap to claim. I literally said that in my last conversation. That's wild. I hear myself saying that to someone too. I just want to cleanse myself of it. Exactly. Right. And I keep on hearing like, when we want to cleanse ourselves of things, we say, I wish the best for you. Right. Like I keep on hearing like, it's almost a space by which you just give someone love. Someone being like, being like, like it's almost like the space by which you say like, I feel bad that you're upset, but I honestly like trying to do what you identify and articulate is best, Woo, whose cards are these? Who's next? That's a lot of cards. What am I reading for here? Oh, purr. These are your cards. All right. And again, if anybody wants to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the 4th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on, this is an old story. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm gonna take I'm gonna take a moment to read before we continue, I believe you posted it in the disco. And just a reminder to anybody who wants to get on the list right now, we're doing life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic guidance, past life, pet readings, dream interpretations, akashic, animal spirit guide readings, and mind, body, spirit. And before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The bull. All right, let's continue. And I'm going to pin up Purr here. Purr, is this inside tea or outside tea? You're so welcome, Andrea. Sending you support on that journey. Okay. Disco, outside. Okay, not much to tell though. And I'm pinning up Purr here, guys. Make sure to give Purr some love. I found myself in a pre-dream phase, the state where you haven't fallen asleep yet, but you are still aware of your surroundings and your body. In that state, I was talking to an Italian male. He was dressed as if he came from the 18th century, wearing a red velvet suit and short cape. I handed him a scoop of green ice cream, probably pistachio, in a bowl and said the word dolce, which for those who aren't aware, dolce means dessert in Italian. Then I opened my eyes and laughed at myself because I've been trying to tell an Italian something about Italian ice cream. I realize this is absolutely random. I don't even know if you can or want to read this, but I just can't get the scenario out of my head today. I think no, we definitely want to read upon it, and I think it's interesting by the fact that you articulated that it was in that liminal space between waking and dreaming, because it feels to me, it feels to me like it's some kind of past life memory, is what I'm getting, and I think that it's interesting too because I want to, I mean, I would immediately have certain questions in relationality to the connection that you had with the time or location that you were experiencing something. Um, the funny thing about it is, there's something about the space by which I'm identifying you weren't in Italy. Like that's what's interesting about it. Is it feels to me like there's something about that individual that is the articulation point of, and I keep on seeing, and this is why I'm recognizing that it's a past life memory, because sometimes the space by which we understand past life memories is the space by which we identify or we feel that we've entered into an energetic scene. And I keep on seeing the reason that you handed them the ice cream and you said the word dolce is because it was an Italian word that you knew, and you were giving them something, not because, and this is why, and I need to point this out, this is how we know that it's a past life memory. You said you thought it was funny because you said that you don't know why you were trying to tell an Italian man something about Italian ice cream. The reason that you were was because you weren't in Italy. That person was traveling, which is why they were wearing a traveling cloak. And the fact that you were giving it to them and you were saying the word dolce was the recognition point of you understanding and trying to connect with that person by trying to articulate the fact that you knew the word for the dessert that you were handing them. So there's something interesting about that, because it's interesting that you said that you were telling them about Italian ice cream. But I see here that the only disambiguation that you were receiving was the fact that you weren't in Italy and it wasn't Italian ice cream. The you today, the you today sees that and interprets it as Italian ice cream. But what you were seeing was a connection point of a past. How did it get there? Okay. Italians, often the space by which we understand that a lot of the things that we find in Italy were moving through the connection of energetic travels. So this is effectively potentially a specific point, and I think that this is interesting, and this is how we can identify that it is in fact a past life memory, because the disambiguation is the confusion point that the you today sees that dessert and associates it with Italian. But what was happening was you were in the embodiment of not being in Italy. You were encountering an Italian traveler, right? Which was being indicated upon the fact that you said that they had a suit and short cape. And a short cape is often indicative in traveling, okay? And the fact that you were handing them this and explaining to them what the dessert is giving the articulation of saying to another person, giving them something that they had not seen before and saying, this is a dessert. So we're getting the indications of this being a past life memory because it doesn't make sense to you, but it makes sense when you remove the self from it and start looking for the cues to help you identify and recognize where you are. And what's interesting about it is the guides are giving you that past life memory because there's a lot of notes there. First, you can figure out where the locationality is because you have to look at somewhere where pistachios are indigenous. Second, you have to look at a place by which they had the ability to make iced desserts. So all of these are giving you a lot of, I keep on getting, they're giving you a lot of touch points by which you can start to do the work to understand more about that past life based upon and built upon the cues that are being given to you. Second, the garb, the identification point of the fact the person was wearing red indicates to me that there may have been some sort of festival that was occurring, because red is considered a very opulent wardrobe choice. It's not typically something that you would wear every day. So we're given the indications by the cues that we're finding in this past life memory that you had to be somewhere that was not Italy because the person was traveling there. They were in effectively clothes to celebrate some kind of festival. You were explaining to them what you were handing them. And also, you knew enough, you had conducted enough work with travelers that you knew the word to tell them to say, this is a dessert. So you're literally handing something to someone who is foreign and saying, I know the word for what you consider a dessert. So this is what it is, and also the space by which you are conveying it. So you're getting all of the cues in the space of the memory to help you try to pinpoint the time and the place of the location. So you're looking for a place that would have potentially brought forth Italian visitors, right? Some kind of festival, looking for spaces by which another person may have worn red, and a space by which there was you said it, you felt it was like 18th century is what I'm getting. I don't know if you put that there. Maybe that's me. Just, yeah, you just wrote 18th century, but also someone that had the ability to create an ice dessert at a time where it was very hard to keep ice, and also a place that has indigenous pistachios. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, again, I feel like this is a theme that we're seeing in some of your dream spaces right now. I feel like you're going through a lot of I feel like I have a lot of these I think we've seen this in some of your dreams too, right? And usually you can tell you're having a past life moment because you're in an experience and something doesn't make sense, because it's the logic by which the present person is experiencing something and saying none of this makes sense. You have to remove the self. You have to remove the expectations of the present self in order to make the energetic past connections. So there's something about you being able to go into that space by which you're having a past life memory, because, and I feel like it's helping you to energetically stabilize in terms of understanding more, the sense of, like, I keep on hearing like the sense of the self, because it's interesting too, because I do feel like there's something about it that is about an energetic connection that's coming towards you. And I don't know why. I feel like there's something about this connection where you may have some kind of, like, I don't know, what is it? What is, like, this is like, I don't know why, but there's like, I feel like I would be very curious if there was something about this that energetically triggered you upon something that you feel in the present, right? I don't know. I keep on hearing like why, like if there's something that you have an energetic aversion to, or something that, like, I don't know why. It's like, I don't know why I keep on hearing like why you don't like sweet things, or why you got like I don't know what where there where I'm getting something here. Like there's something about the dream that's helping you understand something that you have an energetic aversion to. Is what that's just coming up, right? Like I'm not sure where that's coming through, but I want to see if that, like, let me know if that connects with you in some way. Thank you. Or why you have strong feelings upon something is what I keep on saying. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. I don't know why I keep on hearing the word dignitary. I don't know why I keep on hearing that word. Just keep in mind, keep in mind, there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are doing here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic guidance, past life pet readings, dream interpretations, akashic, animal spirit guide, and mind body spirit. Also, we're at 31.3K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Okay. And just reading over the comments that came through. I feel like there's always sweets in your dreams. I don't speak to it. Well, why is that? There we go. You see what I mean? You see what I mean? I have no idea where I was, only that the man was Italian. No way dolce means sweet. And I said there's always sweets in your dream. No, dolce in Italian means dessert. It literally means dessert. Yeah, gelato is also sweet, but she didn't write dolce. She wrote dolce in Italian is dessert. It doesn't mean sweet. It means dessert. Like giving something to someone and saying this is a dessert. Yes, the list is open. Ascend. I was very friendly in my past life. I feel like there may have been something where you used to vend something, or I keep on seeing there was something about you explaining something to another. Like I feel like there's something about you helping someone or guiding someone through something. Yeah, there's clues. Taking notes. It could be. Your traveler never had ice cream, or they never had, you were introducing them to a dessert that they had not had before. I actually said dolce in my dream. But here's the thing, you didn't say dulce. You didn't write dulce in your message. Dulce in Spanish is sweet. Dolce, you wrote dolce, which is Italian for ice cream. So it could be again. That would require the investigation of the dream in terms of what you might have picked up there. Yep, could be a connection. Tiffany, thank you for the follow. So not just the pistachio, the ice cream. Yeah, so you've got a couple of different indications there, right? It's like a little map you got. You got the garb that you saw, the fact that you recognize that that is not common wear. So it could speak towards someone that was wearing like something festive. We also see the fact that those are all touch points to help you narrow down where the location. Yep. You'll be out for pistachio ice cream when you meet your counterpart. I haven't seen your live. What's up, Cal? How are you doing? Excellent. I have to think about it. You're so welcome. No, no, no. Mabs, what's up? How are you, dear? Good to see you. Yes, dolce in Spanish for sweet, sweet as well, which is close. It's very close. They're very similar. I know I meant dolce, but said dulce. So I would be curious to know if in the space of the dream, if you remember, if you said dolce or dulce, because those would be different. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is, we've got here Bridget. Bridget, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. All right. And just a reminder, friends, when we get to 50K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. We're already at 31.8K likes. Highest priority from future self, please. Love it. Okay. Before we begin, let's warm up the intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got our animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the Raven. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next read. And what do we have here? I'm going to pin up Bridget. Guys, make sure to give Bridget some love. And just a reminder, if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, it's a great time to get on the list. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Perfect. Okay, and so we're doing highest priority messages for future self, please, for Bridget. And 2 more, please. Ooh, I feel like there's something really important coming through right now in relationality to being patient with yourself at this time is what I keep on seeing. I'm identifying some kind of situation or circumstance where, um, like, I see that there's, like it feels like there's a lot of activation around you. And the thing I keep on seeing in relationality to that activation is, um, like, identifying and recognizing, like, I feel like this is you trying to find that point of balance. I really want you focusing right now on meditations that help you amplify and articulate upon what the higher self is doing. And I keep on getting some kind of vision that you have of yourself in the future. And I keep on hearing, I want you to focus on that vision. I want you to focus on what that person is doing because I don't know why I'm identifying this, but I see that energy in some kind of space by which they are, like, I don't know, I keep on hearing like the higher self is reclining, which is interesting, right? And I feel like there's something about, I keep on hearing there's something about the energy of the higher self reclining. And I keep on hearing some kind of meditation of seeing the higher self reclining and then almost having to say to them, how did you get here? How did you get to the space by which you could recline? Is what I keep on hearing. How did you get to the space by which you can recline, which is the observation of saying to another, like, what was that formula, right? Like, what like, tell me, like, I keep on hearing like the meditation by which you find the higher self in a state of reclining and saying, can you please tell me how you got us here? Because there's something about that because I see you in the present working tirelessly, right? Like, I see you, and I keep on hearing the work that you're doing now is paving the way for the higher self. But that's what I mean in relationality to potentially having a conversation to another that feels like it's the articulation of defining to another and saying, can you please walk me through how you energetically got here? Can you please tell me what that path work was? Because I keep on seeing that there's something, like, there's something that you're doing now, and I keep on hearing the space of self operation is what I keep on getting. I keep on hearing you're looking for the space by which something can self-operate, which is the space by which you're able to do something. I keep on seeing in a way that doesn't necessarily require you to do all the energetic legwork, is what I keep on seeing. There's something about that space. I keep on hearing you are perfecting a manifestation goal. And the manifestation goal is, I keep on hearing the manifestation goal is moving, I keep on hearing is moving busy work into output, is what I keep on hearing. So I feel like that is the conversation that you need to have with your higher self right now, which is the space by which you say to another, how do we move busy work into output, which is the space by which you're able to do more of something, but requiring less of the self in the process. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially with the Nine of Pentacles in its reversal. I almost see you right now in the modality of navigating through growing pains, right? And I keep on hearing like the space by which we look at something and say, I don't know how I'm going to do it, is the articulation. And I keep on hearing there's something about the higher self going, we had help. Right? Like I keep on and I feel like that is like I feel like that is a little bit of the modality by which something is changing. Like I feel like it's I keep on hearing it's figuring I keep on hearing it's figuring out or doing something in such a way. I keep on hearing like it's the space by which you learn. I keep on hearing the space by which you're working to I keep on hearing the space by which we work to expand upon something is I keep on hearing is the space by which we work to expand upon something is the space by which we're able to um I just keep on seeing like I keep on hearing you don't get busier, you get more organized, right? Which is I just keep on hearing it's not that you start like I almost see you saying to someone, how do I start doing more? And I almost hear the higher self saying, you don't do more, you get more organized, which is the space by which you organize through something that allows you to do something in a way that is like overcomes the limitation of the self in terms of like navigating through some sense of exhaustion. So I just keep on hearing the same message from the higher self. I like how did we learn how to do more? And I just keep hearing the higher self saying we didn't learn how to do more. We got organized, right? We figured out a better system, or we figured out like we put some kind of energetic system in place that allowed for the ability to do like to expand upon something is what I keep on hearing. There's something about you. I don't know why they're almost articulating something about you figuring out or learning a system or learning new ways of doing something that I feel like that is effectively some kind of breakthrough that you have because I keep on seeing it's the space by which I keep on hearing instead of doing delegating, if that makes sense. Instead of doing delegating, which is the space by which you say to another person, can you I keep on feeling like there's like I keep on hearing like I feel like it's almost like the journey like I keep on hearing like the journey by which you create a tree or something that I keep on seeing like has a lot of like I keep on hearing like something that you're expanding upon because you're doing it in a bigger way that allows for more more adaptability is what I keep on getting. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bridget. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the second person read for. It's a great time to get on the list. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. I didn't realize how exhausted I am until I stopped moving. Oh dear, sending you support on that journey. But that's what I mean, right? Like that's what I meant about seeing the higher self in repose. Who is this help? Yes. I've never experienced help. What's that exactly? Um, oh, that's interesting. And half the time, so that's help. I saw this interview yesterday explaining why busy does not mean productive. Wow. Yaz, post that in the disco. I've been getting more organized with productivity, and it felt so true and fitting to this message. Thank you, Yaz. Good to see you today. I just did this over the weekend and plan to start slow, but you fully use it in January. Oh, that's exciting. I'm a one woman show, but I would love someone to delegate to. You have homework as well. Thank you. At least my future self is reclined. It will happen eventually. I keep on hearing like I feel like that's the space, like that's the meditation I keep on seeing. Like I keep on getting it. It's the space by which another, like I keep on hearing like the meditation of the higher self in repose saying, how did you get here? Thank you again, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Nikki. Nikki, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also at 33.2K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. All right. And before we continue, we're going to do an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Blackbird. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. Hi there. Thank you for recharging your heart me soup. Guys, please remember to recharge your heart me's if you'd like an animal spirit guide card on top of your 1 cards today. Would you like to form an alliance? Hold on a minute. Grand Rising, Billy. Good to see you today. About I take tasks you don't want to do, and you take the ones I don't want to do. I like that. That's what you see. There you go. That's a good alliance. I was close. You were close, Julia. Good to see you as well. Nikki, can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question? And as I mentioned, it's a beautiful time to get on the list right now. You'll be the next person read for. We are doing here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic guidance, past life, pet readings, dream interpretations, Akashic, animal spirit guide readings, mind, body, spirit readings. We can absolutely do a mind, body, spirit. I'm going to pin up Nikki here. Guys, make sure to give Nikki some love. Can I get 4 cards, please, for Nikki? Mind, body, spirit. And 1 more. Okay. Oh. Ooh. I feel like this reading is like how Nikki got her groove back. But here's the thing about it. I mean, like the thing about it is angrily. I mean, I feel like the thing I gotta tell, like I keep on hearing like, whoa. Like, it's funny too, because as soon as I said that, my chair like went like it was like putting your foot down. You know, I keep wondering, you get your groove back by putting your foot down. You got to write that down. You get your groove back by putting your foot down, which is the space by which I feel like this is you kind of having to say like I'm not putting up with this. You know, like there's a little bit of that, and there's a little bit of like I keep on hearing the life-changing power of saying no to another person being ridiculous. Right? The life-changing power. The life-changing power of saying no to someone being ridiculous. Right? I'm not going to do that. Bippity boppity boo. Like that's kind of what this reading is though. You know? I feel like I think that there's something important about that because I see this here, you know, and it's funny too, because I see like I feel like there's something about that energy that like there's something that you're healing from that is almost like, you know, it's It's like, I don't want to sit with you in the best way possible kind of energy. You know what I mean? Like it really, and I need to describe this. Um, when you know, like when you know you're going through a maturation process, when energy articulates that you're going in the wrong direction. And often, and often when you go through a maturation process, it's when you see a bunch of people being silly and saying, "I refuse to comply to your silliness because you're being absolutely ridiculous." Right? Like that. Never do you know that you are more the mature one than those modalities or experiences that you say, I'm not interested. Like I'm not interested in energetically impressing you. I'm interested in getting things done. I feel like there's something about that you need to write down. I'm not interested in impressing you. I'm interested in getting things done. And the thing about it is like when energy, like I feel like there's something to be said in relationality to working through productivity, right? And I keep on hearing productivity shows. And the thing about it, and this is often why you recognize when energy, and I need to point this out, mature energy usually has like a line forming behind it because do you ever notice this? Like the mature energy walks away and everyone's like, "Ba, ba, ba, ba," and then everybody starts following the mature energy because they're like, they got a point. Like, you know what I mean? Like this is, it's like it's giving me a little bit of that. And I feel like there's something about that. And I keep on hearing if someone shows you what a total like and this is why I talk about the thing. Like this is why we why we don't do things out of spite. We don't do things out of spite because when we do things out of spite, we do things in a moment that we can never energetically take back. And I feel like, and the reason I'm saying that is because I keep on hearing, I got a message from spirit saying when we do things out of spite, we do things we can never take back, and spirit never has our back more, which is the space by which we understand and recognize the we understand and recognize the force of intention that it takes to be able to work through something in such a way that allows the capacity or the ability. And I keep on seeing what the force of intention that we navigate as it relates to healing is we always have hope. We always have hope that someone can do something better, but we don't tolerate when they don't, is what I keep on hearing. Which is the space by which we understand that we give someone the ability to articulate upon the sense of the force of doing something. And I keep on seeing that's what's so hard about it, because I keep on seeing that you're like, from the mind perspective, I've got the 4 of Pentacles in its reversal here, right? And what does the 4 of Pentacles say? Right? Hate to see it. Hate to see it. Right? The capacity by which we energetically observe something that is hard to see. This is why we say, like, when we are energetically mature, there are things that are hard to look at. Because when we're energetically mature, it's the space by which you say, it would be very simple for you to stop doing that. Right. And I keep on hearing that observation of being energetically supportive to one another's bliss. Right. I keep on seeing when we're energetically supportive to one another's bliss, we navigate and articulate what it is we need to change in order to build into something that feels like it's better. And so I just keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy. I feel like this is a lot of the work that's helping you understand the value and significance of the word tolerance, right? Because tolerance, I keep on hearing, Tolerance is not having to tolerate something that is energetically not okay. Tolerance is the identification point of articulating to another person that says, fix your heart, right? Fix your heart, which is the space. And I keep on hearing tolerance is a space of saying, fix your heart, because it's a space by which you say that not everything needs to be energetically accommodated. Because I keep on seeing that when we care about each other, and I keep on hearing this coming through from spirit, when we care about each other, we honor each other's choices, unless those choices are specifically ones that require the space by which another person should never is hurt in the context of navigating it. Our comfortability should not be met in indulging our intolerance. You need to write that down. Our comfortability should not require indulging another person's intolerance, because the space by which we navigate choices is the space by which we prioritize the comfortability of energy around us, but only at the metric by which another's uncomfortability does not create the space of indulging their own intolerance. And I know it's paradoxical, but that's why, because every good tenet needs to have a caveat, and that is the caveat to that tenet. So make sure that you write that down, which is to say, it's not about making everyone comfortable. Love is about honoring each other's choices, but honoring each other's choices stops in indulging. It stops. You cannot indulge navigating the comfortability that is only met by experiencing and recognizing another person's intolerance, because that intolerance is the shape of their fear hurting another person for no apparent reason beyond the fact that it makes them feel they're not ready to fix their heart. So I feel like this is what I meant about you going through a mind, body, spirit moment, which is you finding your groove by putting your foot down, by saying, I'm not going to put up with it. No, I don't need to tolerate it. I don't need to navigate it. Because if your intolerance is effectively hurting another person, then that is not the space by which we inhabit the comfortability. This is how we create sanctuary for one another. And I can see the fact that it's hard, because I can see some energy trying to make you feel bad because you're not accommodating their intolerance. And I got to tell you right now from spirit, spirit's clear on this. You do not you do not need to protect anyone's intolerance, right? Because the intolerance that articulates upon is literally their fear in action, right? And that's a space by which you say you can leave that. The door is open unless you're bringing that fear here. That is what you need to clear within your heart space. So I feel like it's hard because I see you. Like, I feel like this is almost the space by which you have to say, this is the sound of you becoming matriarch, or this is the sound of you finding your energetic power. Because often the space by which you say, this is ridiculous, I need to put a stop to this, is the space by which you say, look at yourself, right? And often I keep on seeing, it's the space by which you feel, you have energy that feels, they work through that space of like feeling that frustration. But then you say, it's not about being nice, is not about being liked. It's about understanding what you have to energetically put a stop to. And I feel like that's a little bit of the space that I see you inhabiting, because I feel like that's a space by which you're kind of working through something and saying, it's like the space by which someone says you're not being very nice, and being like, it's not about being nice if you're being a total, it's not about being nice if you're not the person. Someone who's not being nice will often articulate and say, you're not being very nice, being like, there's no niceness is not about, courtesy is not about niceness. Courtesy is the space by which we recognize and identify what it is that we energetically tolerate. Bottom of the deck, especially with the 10 of Pentacles, right? Not navigating another person's projections. And the thing about, like, especially with the 10 of Pentacles, you know what I mean? The 10 of Pentacles is the space by which, and I keep on hearing, when I like to point this out, be wearing the ubiquitous they. Oh, I was just telling you who's everybody? Is everybody you? right? It's very convenient when someone is not articulating upon something and they like to say, I'm just telling you what oftentimes when someone says, I'm just telling you what everybody's saying, I'm like, please, will the everybody please stand up? Will the everybody please arise and show itself, right? And this is usually why, because usually, and I'll point this out, when we're in the space by which we're doing something, we'll often start to hear the same messages coming through, right? That like often someone will come towards us and be like, you need to work on this. And then we go, okay, fine. But when someone goes, I'm just telling you what everybody's saying, 9 times out of 10, the everybody is them. Okay. The everybody is them. It's like that's very nice that you took all of your fears and you made them an everybody, right? It's very convenient. Can you please show me this everybody that I hear so much about? But when we recognize and identify, when we find the power of our breath, then that's the space by which we say, I'd be happy. And here's the thing about it. Please bring the everybody here. I'll be happy to have a conversation with them, right? The everybody will be happy to have a conversation. And I don't even crack my knuckles. And this is coming through from spirit because I'm not a knuckle cracker. My knuckle. Did you just hear my knuckle? I don't even crack my knuckles. I don't know where that came from. like, like, I'm sorry, I'm laughing because I was like, I'll have a conversation, and all of a sudden I heard my knuckle just crack. I'll be welcome that conversation, right? Because it's the energy that says, okay, right? Tell me what you want to say. Say it out loud. Let's have that conversation, right? If you have those feelings, let's talk about it, right? If you can't say it out loud, then that's something you need to fix in your heart. If something you feel is not something that you can say to someone's face, then that exactly is the shape that you need to fix your heart, right? And I keep on hearing the way you you say the way you heal that and say, I welcome that conversation. I keep on hearing you have to say to someone, you're not protecting me from anything. Tell them to come speak to me. Remember I said you've got somebody in spirit? Put me on the phone. Put me on the phone is all I keep every time I read for you. Let me talk to them. Let me talk to them. No, I want to talk to them. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common. Oh, where'd they go? Where'd they go? Right? Like nothing shows another person's cowardice like a whisper campaign. Is what I keep on hearing. All right. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Nikki. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Thanks to my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy or medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. BB, thank you for getting on the list. Your cards are already out. See how fast they flew out. All right, I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We're also at 38.9K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. I can't believe my knuckles cracked. I never crack my knuckles. That was wild. That was a channeled crack. That's what I keep like. I've never channeled a knuckle crack before. That was fun. All right, where are we? And thank you so much. All right. Hold on a moment. Okay. How about I take the task? Yep. Okay. Yep. I was like, oh, sounds interesting. Yeah, the lip gloss one. Yeah, with the lipstick. That's so true. I don't want to sit with you in the best way possible. I love that. Yes. We could sit somewhere better. So keep on hearing. I'm not interested in impressing you. I'm interested in getting things done. A word. I have refrained from doing things out of spite a lot in the past year. I feel it's hard, right? It's tempting. Yep. It's hard to take the high road, but the high road can be, it is. But here's the thing, it's a lonely road, but then it's not lonely. It's lonely until it's not, you know? It's lonely until it's not, because that's the sound of you carving a groove. All of this. I never needed a message more than this. Thank you for also receiving this message, Christy. You're so right. The gratification of the high road isn't, no, it's not, right? It's lonely, but it doesn't, it's not about gratification. Our comfort ability should not be require indulging another person's intolerance. Tap to claim. Yeah, I do not indulge, and I've been standing up a lot. Like, this is not okay. I love that you're speaking up. And to me, I've determined that avoiding it is indulging it. Tap to claim. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Exactly. You're not being nice. I stand up to it. Then I'm the mean one, right? And that's the thing. It's not like, I keep on seeing, like, it's like you're not the protector. The protector is not the mean one if the protector is saying you can't talk to someone like that, right? The protector is not the mean one if the protector is saying you can't talk to someone like that. That's not mean. That is protective. Yep. Good. Hey there. Yes, gag. If you have nothing nice to say, don't say it at all. I know the energy right now, the projections are crazy right now. Yep. If you have an opinion, say it to into my face. Beautiful. Yep. Yep. And thank you. I've got you on the list, BB. You're the next person read for. I like that revealio. Like a spell. This is giving, yeah, the guides mean business. Time to roll up the sleeves. Yep. I'll fly out and just look at them. I like that for Jen. I did that today, man. Oh man. I was like, I saw this little girl hit another girl, and she just met eyes with me in the car. And I was like, I couldn't help it. I just looked her dead in the eye. I was like, don't be suspicious. Oh, I hope you're having a great day too, BB. Hold on a moment. You're welcome. You're welcome, Nikki. Yeah. That's what I was gonna say. It's like they're scared to say it, because I will go to bat when I have to stand up. No more Mr. Nice Guy. The amount of the people in the world unwilling to have a conversation to say what they mean. I know it's not easy, right? It's a lot. I know it's hard and it's frustrating. You're welcome, Nikki. Yeah, there are better seats. Exactly. I had to pull back from a fellow musician because I didn't get the grant. Oh, I'm sending you support. But again, it sounds to me like, Rihanna, that's a good question. Like, it's not something that you could control. I was the one creating the experience. Oh, I'm sending you support, dear. That's not okay. Yep, absolutely. All right, and I've got you, BB. Highest priority before we get started. But before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles. Yeah, I did. I gave them a mom stare. I gave them full mom stare. I was like, I, I was like, I see that. I was like, and she looked at me too. I just gave her that dead stare, which is like, I literally was like, you're so welcome. All right, let's continue. All right, I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Adder. Oh, you're going to hate this reading, BB. All right, it's fine. And guys, I'm going to pin up BB here. Make sure to give BB some love. Excellent reader as well. And we've got highest priority here. Oh, what do we got? You know, I keep on seeing situations or circumstances. Um, and the thing about it is, I keep on hearing Pay attention when someone is energetically trying to provoke you by saying, show me how crazy you are, right? I keep on hearing, pay attention, right? When somebody is trying to get your attention in such a way that they're saying, I know it's bothering you, right? I know. Don't you want to show me how crazy you are? Don't you want to show me how, give me anything. That is the sound of someone saying, give me anything to work with. Give me anything. Give me anything, right? Give me anything to work with. And I know it's not okay. It's infuriating. Like the moments like that are energetically infuriating. And if it's not fair, you're right. It's not fair. Spirit doesn't miss a. Here's the thing about energy: like spirit doesn't miss a thing. Spirit doesn't miss a thing. It's not your job. It's not your job to teach someone a lesson. It's not your. I know. I know. Because I see the fact that you're very protective. You want to be the enforcer. It's not your job. It's not your job to teach someone a lesson. It's your job to hold the line. I'm going to say that again. And if it bothers you, I'm going to say it twice. It's not your job to be the enforcer. It's your job to hold the line. And I know how frustrating that is. I know, especially with this energy right now. And I'm going to say this because we've also got the fact that Uranus is about to move back into Taurus. So it can feel, I want you to like write that down somewhere, right? Because when somebody is trying to get you triggered, someone's trying to say, look, they haven't changed at all. I keep on hearing when someone's saying you've never changed, the space by which you show them who you are, right? And I keep on hearing you showing them who you are is not showing them what you can do. It's not showing them what you can do. It's showing them who you are. And you know what? Like, and I feel like, and I keep on seeing every time someone's got you reactive and you don't meet it by reacting, what you're really saying is, I see you. I see you. Right? And I know it's hard because it does say to me that there's some experiences right now that you're having to navigate. And I feel like some of it, I feel like and I got to tell you, like it feels really, it's not just the fact that it feels triggering, but it feels triggering on a past trauma. It feels triggering on a past trauma. It feels like it's bringing up some inner child wounds. But and we're seeing a lot of that right now, especially given the fact that like Chiron and Eris are like both retrograding in such close proximity to each other. This is not that. I don't know why I'm saying this right now, but this is not that. They don't know where you came from. Like when I'm saying like this is not that, which is the space by which like I'm getting like this, which is like when someone does not know, when someone mistakes kindness for weakness, it's the wildest thing on the planet because they don't recognize the choice that is being made in the moment in relationality to how we often like to, and I need to point this out, like it says to me, and I can see this, like the ability for you to kind of work through something and say, it's okay. I keep on hearing, don't take it personally, take it profoundly, which is the space by which you notice and say, I'm going to give you another opportunity to make a better choice. When we don't take something personally and we take something profoundly, We hold someone with compassion but proximity, which says, I'm going to give you another opportunity to make a better choice. And I feel like that modality of doing so is going to help someone see themselves in relationality to working through the space by which another person is trying to project something onto you versus you saying, I don't own that projection, right? Like the space by which you say, I'm not going to take it personally, I'm going to take it profoundly, which is the space by which another person projects onto us and says, that says a lot more about you than it ever had to do with me, right? I'm not going to move into the space of being the energetic mirror by which you have to play out something by trying to create the space of doing everything possible to get me to energetically embody something for you. Their projections of you are not your responsibility. And I know how difficult that is because it does create that moment by which we want to, I keep wondering, we want to get angry at others' projections, right? We want to, we want to, we want to, we want to, we want to rage against them. But whenever you rage against projection, you know all you do? See, I know, I told you, like that's all you get. So I want you to kind of think about that. And I keep on hearing, like, spirit doesn't miss anything. Give it to spirit. Like let spirit be the person responsible in arbitrating lessons. Your job is just to continue to hold that space by which you know who you are, and don't let another person's projections affect you. Like I keep on hearing, when you're feeling those projections right now, make sure that you're reaffirming your purpose. And I keep on hearing that purpose, like I keep on hearing that purpose is becoming the person that would have protected your inner child. Like you are that space. And I keep on seeing, like, even in the modality by which you navigate another person's um their unhealed inner child, like I keep on hearing, like, don't indulge another person's unhealed inner child by becoming the energetic force that they have never healed from. Bottom of the deck on this reading, I know. It's frustrating because often it's like, and often when, like, I keep on hearing, you can turn the other cheek, but that doesn't mean you have to stick around to keep getting slapped. You can turn the other cheek, but that doesn't mean that you have to stick around to keep on getting slapped. When someone shows us, when someone when someone reacts the way they do, we give them the gift of proximity. You can articulate the fact that something was not okay, and then you can take a step back, because I feel like that's a space. But and I keep on, because it's like, never will you recognize someone with boundary issues that will say, go away, where are you? Right? Boundary issues, I like to point this out, boundary issues are literally someone that articulates, that says, come no further, I need you here right now. Right? It's the space by which you have to say to another person, I'm honoring what you told me. Right? And often I like to point this out, when somebody when someone was working through boundary issues, like the observation of not being reactive in saying, like, I am giving you exactly what you articulated upon. Like, don't be reactive in another person's lack of boundary issues. Be attentive to them, right? Recognize and identify them. Because I keep on seeing that, instead of, like, don't let them incite you, let it inform you. And let that kind of be the condition by which you recognize and identify how it, like, what it is. I keep on hearing that's a gift when you see it, because you know exactly the energy that you have to be attentive to, is what I keep on seeing. Like, navigating another person in such a way that I keep on hearing, when we're in a clear space, we do everything we can to promote clarity. Right. And so I feel like continue to do that work to build into clarity, and allow that clarity to kind of motivate and inform you as you continue forward. And I keep on hearing, like, that's a space, like giving someone, and I feel like that it's requiring, and I keep on hearing, Like when you're feeling energetically triggered right now, communicate, right? I keep on hearing communicate, communicate, and I keep on hearing recommunicate, right? Just to be clear, right? And I keep on hearing like someone articulating or identifying or working through. I keep on hearing like like I feel like I keep on saying instead of getting into an argument with someone, be like, I'm going to repeat back what you said to me. Is what I keep on hearing. Like I feel like there's something about that I keep on hearing, which is like I keep on hearing instead of getting into an argument with someone, repeat back what they said to you, which is the space of saying, let me make sure I understand you correctly. Right. And and I keep on hearing having them say, like, yes, that's what I meant. Being like, okay, I just want to confirm. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Coop. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You'll be the next person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Also, friends, we're at 49.6K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. All right. One moment, please. And Butterfly, thank you for the follow, and thank you for those gifts, BB. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, it's so cute. I haven't seen that one before. All right, those cards. I know. Do you see all those cards that came out? Like, and that's the thing. Those cards were like someone being like, "Show me how crazy you are." I know it's driving you crazy. Show me how crazy you are. Right? You're welcome, Sam. Yeah, they want a reaction. These readings are spot on. Thank you, Ella. I do my best. It's almost like the energy wants to strip me of my personal, but that's what I see. Like when you energetically regress, then that's how it feels like it does, right? It's the space by which I keep on hearing the space by which you lose yourself in the intensity of emotion rather than remembering and reaffirming your own energetic commitment. No, I mean, I wouldn't describe it as stupidity, Sam, but I feel like I keep on hearing compassion is identifying what feels energetically productive. Right? And it's like it's the conversation and relationality to what's important, like what it is that we need to articulate upon because it's important. Yeah, I feel like that too. I agree. It's heavy. I know it's heavy energy. And I feel like it's harder, especially because like it's working through the context. When we're changing, like it's like we're supposed to change is what I keep on seeing. It's positive. I mean, in terms of you saying like, in relationality to going back to the old self, so they shouldn't have messed with. But I mean, I have to point this out. Like, it's actually that's like counterintuitive to what this reading was articulating, Sam, because it's the space by which if another person's triggering you, like this is what we talk about in terms of not matching energy. Because when someone's trying to match energy, then it's the like all you do is prove to somebody and saying, like, look, I can bring out any quality and characteristic in a person by just moving towards them in the most inappropriate fashion, right? Like that's not how we find that point of balance. Thank you as well, BB. Yeah, exactly. Hold the door. Oh, I'm so glad. That's interesting. Definitely brings up inner child wounds. But I mean, here's the thing again, and again, I'm holding so much support for that journey that you experienced, Sam. But like I said, like the space by which we don't like we try to heal from the experiences that hurt us by becoming the energy that would have protected us from those spaces is not one that is articulated by getting back at someone. It's being able to stand in our energetic power and to become that force of protectiveness. So wild. Thank you as well, Bella. That's beautifully said. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. No one can take your power away from you. I'm not taking it personally. I used to think the same thing, but I can't see beyond the control they have. Sending you support, Sam. The shoulder is giving me, yeah, it's like I said, brush it off, right? Yeah, I love that. Give it to spirit. The knowledge is my only source. But here's the thing again, like allow, I keep on hearing like allow the space by which your actions become profound, which is showing to others that their projections of you are not energetically accurate. You know, these messages. And thank you, channeling, for the gifts. Good to see you today. Grand Rising, dear. Thank you as well. Good vibes. And thank you for sharing the live channeling. I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. Yes, guard dog. I like that. Love it. Thank you as well. Facts. Thank you, Sam. Observe, don't absorb. Clarity is sanity. Absolutely very relevant and resonates. Communicate and then communicate again. You're welcome, dear. Did you mean to come off this way or say that? Exactly. Like this is what I'm learning. This is what I'm gathering from what you said. Absolutely. Okay. And how are you doing today, Ree? One moment. And thank you for those gifts. Yes, and we reached 50K. Julie, if you want to get on the, yes, Julie, I was looking for you. I've got you. You'll be the next person we're reading for. All right, I've added you. And we've got 4 more spots today before the list will be closed. If anybody else wants to get on the list, just bear with me a moment. All right, and I've marked you off, Julie. And sweet, thank you for the heart me's as well. Rihanna, I'm going to teach a yoga class. Oh, you're so welcome, dear. Thank you. Thank you. It's been a crazy couple of weeks. I've missed y'all. Oh, it's good to see you, dear. You're correct. The statement. Don't let anyone make you forget who you are, Sam. Remember, hold yourself with compassion and thank you for the follow. No regressing. Absolutely. Okay. Julie, you're so welcome. All right. Whoop. All right. I got one of your cards here, Julie. All right. Before we continue, we're going to do, thank you, channeling. I appreciate you guys. Make sure to give channeling some love. We're going to do the 50K giveaway. And when we get to, we're going to do the 50K giveaway. And then once we do, we're also, if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, we've got 4 spots available before the list will be closed. So I am thinking of a number, Bridget, wait. All right. I am thinking of a number right now between 1 and I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 42. First person who posts a number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Nope. 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 No. No. Whoop, Minnie, congratulations. We will do that again when we get to 100K. And in the meantime, if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, we've got 4 spots available before the list will be closed. Julie, could you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And while we wait for Julie's question, let's do an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. I'm going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 2, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The Raven. All right, let's continue. And let me just pin up Julie here. Make sure to give Julie some love. General reading. Going through a rebirth, lots of endings. Okay. 4 cards, please, for Julie. It's like the theme today. All right. And yes, thank you for getting on the list. We've got 3 more spots today before the list will be closed. Okay. And two more. Wow. Like, I feel like somebody like somebody misjudged you, you know? It's not bad, but it feels to me it's like somebody misjudged you in relationality to, like, I'm just gonna kinda walk through something, and you can let me know if this resonates. But when somebody tries to hurt us in a way that they themselves are like, "Oh, this is, yeah, this is like," yeah, it's like never never do we recognize more of a misplaced alignment. And I keep on seeing uh the space, it's like it's giving me like the energy of not only, like, it's like the double observation of someone misjudging you, but observing the facet of them misjudging you in relationality to what you put your care or force of intention in, is what I keep on seeing. You know? Like that's kind of what I'm identifying here. It doesn't, and those moments that happens, it's like it says a lot, right? It sometimes it's like it says a lot about them, right? Like says a lot about them, because I keep on hearing it's a conversation in terms of what is important. And I keep on heading, like I keep on hearing, like it's funny because I keep on hearing, like, is it an ending or is it a maturation process? Because a maturation process is moving away from petty energy, you know? And I gotta stress that, like, and that's the thing about it, you know? Like, I just keep on hearing, like, I keep on hearing you can't get anywhere with someone that's petty, right? Because it's like if you're trying, I keep on hearing, if you're trying to make progress with someone that hasn't gotten over something that happened 10 years ago, is what I keep on hearing. you know it's like if you're just trying, I keep on hearing you can't, if you're like, let's talk about tomorrow, and be like, I'm too busy, like working on like this, like, you know what I mean, like it's the type of energy that it's like their focus is off. It's like, let it go. I'm hearing like, let it go. Like, let it go. Like the past is a prison. I feel like you have to say that to someone. It's like the past can, I mean, it doesn't have to be, I keep on hearing like I keep on hearing the past should be a gift because it helps us recognize what we're trying to do better in the present. But the past becomes a prison when we're obsessed with it, right? Like when we are obsessed with it and we can't like and it's and I keep on hearing like, and I keep on hearing like the past, like the past should empower us to like to find the keys in terms of doing something better. You know what I mean? Like the gift of the present is something like I keep on hearing and I keep on getting like the space by which another person, we there is no such thing as closure. Closure does not exist. Like closure does not exist. We find closure by having our hands full of presence, which is the space by which we work towards what it is that we're trying to do. But that's why you can't get anywhere with anyone who harbors things or who won't let something go, because it's like, okay, it's like all we can do. And I keep on hearing, and I feel like that's the kind of conversation you have to have with someone. Like, and listen, this is not to say, right there, this is not to say that there often aren't moments that we articulate to another and say, I'm sorry, I can't get over that, right? This is what we talk about with healthy separation. Like healthy separation is the observation of something that we articulate and say, I wish I could, but I can't let that go. And then we say, I respect that. And then we articulate what is necessary, right? But when you're trying to work towards doing something productive and another person articulates that the reason that they're giving you something is because of something that happened yesterday, I like to point out we are never in more danger. We are never in more danger as a civilization than when we articulate and say, I'm acting like this because I was hurt. Because when we articulate that, we say that we're doing something specifically because we were hurt. The unconscious is an incredible place. They will look for reasons to be hurt, to be able to do anything, right? When someone says, I only did that because I was hurt, that is the most dangerous thing you can ever hear coming out of another person's face. Because when someone says, I only did that because I was hurt, what they're basically saying is, I have given operating instructions to my unconscious that says I am allowed to do anything if I feel pain. Suddenly, I guarantee you, you will become the most sensitive person on the planet because you've just given your unconscious the conversation to say we can do anything so long as we find some reason to be energetically upset, right? It is the self-fulfilling prophecy of giving oneself permission to act abominably. I'm going to say it again. It is the self-fulfilling prophecy of giving oneself permission to act abominably than when you say, I only did that because I was hurt. And when you see someone like that, you give them the gift of proximity and know you don't have to explain anything. You don't need to explain anything to them. They once you recognize someone with that tendency, you give them the gift of proximity, because I feel like that's the space by which you have to say, because that is the energy that says that we don't like, because that type of energy, I gotta say, it's not safe to love. Someone in that modality is not safe to care about, because every time, because I keep on hearing everything is fine until the slightest inconvenience, and suddenly you are now like suddenly you are now suddenly you are now the projection for everything that has happened, is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like there's something about that, because I keep on hearing we do not being caring about each other does not require the space of being perfect. It requires the space by which we identify and recognize where the work is. And I feel like it's hard because I almost see somebody, like I see somebody with some kind of tendency, like they blow up and then they say, I'm sorry, and then they blow up again. But I keep on hearing like when there's something to be said about blast radius, which is the space by which I keep on hearing that if we're actually sorry, accountability is not just articulating the fact that we recognize that we haven't done something well. It's the fact that we articulate what we're doing to be able to fix it. And I got to stress this. I'm just going to bring this up here. If someone talks about the fact that they're not in control of something, that is literally Those are the words that mean they need to get help with it. If someone says they cannot control themselves, then that is the space by which they need to get help with it. Bottom of the deck on this reading. If someone articulates that they do not have control over something, then that is the point by which they need to get help with it. Because if they're articulating the fact that they can't control it, then you can't apologize for something that you can't control. You cannot apologize for something that you cannot control. Because if you're apologizing perpetually for something that you can't control, but you're not doing if you're continuing to do the thing that you have no control over, then everybody around you, like I keep on hearing, your apologies lose meaning, right? Because you're basically, I keep on seeing the apology means nothing, because it's like you're allowing the space by which the thing that you have no control on is going unleashed, right? It's like you recognize that there's something unleashed around you, and that unleashed thing is hurting everybody around you. And then you're saying, I'm so sorry, I have no control over that. Right? The observation that you don't have control over something is literally the context by which you have to do something about it. It's not enough to articulate the fact. And often, this is why if someone articulates that they don't have control over something, that makes it worse. That makes it worse, right? You can't go around saying to everybody, I have a bad temper. I'm sorry. I know I have bad temper. You should do something about that bad temper, right? When we don't have control over things and we understand, knowing is half the battle, right? It's not enough to say, I understand I have that tendency. It's what you're doing to stop the tendency from ruining things, is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like that is the conversation that you may have, because I see somebody in some kind of modality by which they may be bringing a lot of apologies to you, but I keep on hearing the apology loses meaning without activation. It loses meaning without someone articulating upon what the plan is, so that they don't have to be in a place where they're perpetually apologizing for something, and instead just doing something effectively better, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Julie. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. I've got 3 spots left before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing, when we get to 100K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. We're already at 57.1K. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. All right. Just a moment, Julie. The lip, I know, the lip gloss. I mean, I'm flabbergasted, because it says to me, like, it's almost like the observation of someone who knows or sees the fact that they're energetically hurting you. And I keep on hearing, like, don't let someone like romanticize the fact that you put up with something, you know? Like, I see a situation, something like, every time you put up with that, I care about you more, and being like, having to say to someone, that's great, because every time you do it, I am less invested, is what I keep on seeing. Dead on the money as always, sending you support. A lot of toxic masculine, making demands and having expectations. And I need to stress this, it's not all masculine energy, right? Bearing in mind it's not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. But when you see it and observe it, it's like, I keep on hearing, you just have to like articulate and give it proximity. Petty is a perfect word. I just want to move forward and do better. Continue to do so, Julie. 12 years in this case, seriously, let it go. The past is a prison. I'm going to write that down. The past is a prison when we refuse to let it go. It doesn't have to be, but it only becomes that when we refuse to let go of it. Sometimes the story has to play out. I mean, but I like to point out, like, but I mean, when you say that, I mean, what story? You know, I like to point this out. We always have the opportunity to write a different story, right? I don't subscribe to the identification point of saying that something has to play out. We can do energetically better, you know? Mhm. Well, and continuing, yeah. And I feel like again, the way that we identify and recognize that, right? It's not about going backward. It's coming into the space of finding the peace in the present. Yeah, I'm over here nodding my head furiously. Thank you for confirmation. Oh, it's okay. No worries, Bridget. Yes. What if, yeah, what if they are an abuser and you couldn't get it? No, so you were no, but well, I need to point this out, like again, and so I think what you're articulating, Sam, is like what you're identifying is reactive abuse, right? And often, and this is why we talk about some experiences of trauma, we have to give them proximity because if we don't move away from trauma informed situations, the only way that we can protect ourselves is to become the thing that's hurting us. So even in the space by which we identify and articulate and recognize that happens, it's the observation of what we can do better in the future, right? Like it's the accountability that we also allow that amplifies the fact that we're trying to do something better than we did previously. The gift of proximity is giving someone distance. Proximity is being close. So I'm confused when you say you're giving them the gift of proximity. Like the gift of proximity is giving them distance or giving them space, right? Which is to say, you can care about someone at a distance. You can understand, identify, and say the application of force of love you're giving someone does not require you to be in close proximity to them if they're in a space by which they're not safe to be energetically close to. I hope that makes sense. Unsafe to love is so accurate. To them, you're giving them not close. Like I keep on hearing proximity is saying like you're giving them space. And when I articulate that, the gift of proximity is saying, I'm going to give you the space, I'm giving you the gift of space because you've articulated that that's what you need. Yep. Hi there. How are you doing today, B? And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. I've been screaming therapy for years. Sending you support, Julie. Yeah, absolutely. Anger issues, abandonment wounds, identity issues. But here's the thing, we all have them, right? And the ability that we understand and recognize what we're working towards, like that's like everything is possible to heal, but but nothing's possible unless we take accountability for what it is that we need to work through. Yep. No effort in correcting course. Oh, sending you, and that's the thing. I keep on hearing like, and I feel like the thing you have to remember, Julie, is everything's possible in the space of accountability, but it needs to start with accountability, right? I have this dynamic, but I'm the one blowing up because they disappear energetically. But even in the space movement by which you can articulate what the pattern is, like the amplification of understanding what is needed to break an unhealthy pattern is what gives us the ability to identify what we need to bring to it. No, it's okay. You're not stressing me out. I can feel a lot of the intensity in this reading because I can see the fact that you're almost looking at someone and saying this is a fixable problem, but you need to take accountability for it. You can't get anywhere if someone refuses to take the accountability. Just a day of light readings. Yes. We got all this energy in Scorpio. There's gonna be no light readings right now. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. I said this before. There are some things people have which are no, I'm absolutely like rainbow. I am completely like this is giving the space of understanding. Like we are not talking, these are not medical readings, right? These are energetic readings. We're not talking about situations or circumstances where someone's working through something in that space. Absolutely. Absolutely. I completely agree. No, and here's the thing, we can't there are some things about ourselves that are intrinsic by which we recognize the desire. Usually we can tell something's intrinsic because there's the desire by which we're putting our force of intention to doing something about it, but nothing we can do can change it. But even in the space by which we identify and recognize those that being intrinsic, like even the observation of the effort that we put towards it, like we're not talking about situations or circumstances that are impossible, right? We don't ask the impossible for one another. Yep. I I mean proximity is space. So proximity, when I articulate and say we're giving someone the gift of proximity, it effectively means we're giving them the space they need to energetically heal. That's what I mean when I articulate upon that. You're so welcome, Julie. I do my best. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Yasmin. Yasmin, if you're here, can you please let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And while we wait for Yasmin, we're going to do an intuition check. I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The owl. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. So proximity, just to clarify, proximity does not necessarily mean nearness. Proximity is a calculated distance between 2 points. So the proximation in relationality to the coordinate that we give someone is the distance by which we understand it. So proximity is the gift we give someone without a lack of boundaries, because we articulate upon the clearness by which we feel comfortable of them being near us. So that's what I effectively mean in relationality to the word proximity. I hope that helps. All right, we're going to continue right now. Yasmin, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else would like to get on the list right now, we've got 3 spots available before the list will be closed. And Hardy, thank you for those roses. Always appreciated. Second call right now for Yasmin. I see you. Question sent through. Okay, thank you. Outside tea. I'm also going to pin up Yaz here. Make sure to give Yaz some love. And just bear with me. Okay, hold on a moment. I just need to take a moment to read this. All right, I'm just going to, you said it was outside tea, so I'm going to read it outside. Currently at odds with the situation regarding my work, and I would like some clarity on the highest approach in the situation. My friend and I have been thinking of booking a trip to London or Scotland for 10 days at the end of November. The trip felt like it came at a perfect moment, and we received many synchronicities from the universe that felt encouraging and validating. I'd weirdly started missing Edinburgh a day or two before my friend proposed to go on this trip, and I found myself watching videos like 19 things I wish I knew before going to Edinburgh, although there was no plan in sight to go there. So needless to say, I was excited when my friend came with this proposition on her own. Fast forward to work and getting their approval. I was nervous to ask for the time off, but felt optimistic since you were giving them so much time ahead of time, knowing their people for the holiday season and details to be done, divinely dealt with. When the moment came, you felt confident, who've been praising my work would be open. Unfortunately, what ended up happening is they said, no can do. We can't go without you for a week. And when I tried to plead my case, they said we would talk about it with the owner and I should send an email with details. They then proceeded to use that moment to bring up issues, highlighting things I can't control or mentioning people talking to me despite not working in close proximity to me. Needless to say, I left the office fighting tears and feeling defeated. With hindsight, I know feeling upset is a set up by the universe changes that need to be made. I'm wondering what the lesson or the redirection is aiming for in this particular instance. A part of me is thinking of either considering or considering. What do guides have to say? Wow, okay. 4 cards, please. Mm-hmm. 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 I feel like the space, I keep on hearing this is, and like the gift of the trip was to highlight a sickness, is what I keep on hearing. The gift of the desire of the trip is to highlight a sickness, because and I keep on identifying that the reason that you can tell that something is energetically sick here is the space by which another person states, we cannot function a week without you being here, because it almost immediately articulates what would occur in the space by which something energetically serious were to occur. What would be the quality and condition of your work if there was a point of crisis? That is an energetic sickness point, is what we're seeing. And so the amplification of the space, and I keep on seeing, often we recognize something that is not healthy in the modality by which we ask for something that is perfectly normal and perfectly reasonable to articulate a need for. And another person says, I can't give you that. It's unreasonable to ask for it. And the simple condition by which we identify this has to do that in a normal position, any situation that we occupy should be able to navigate us not being present for a week, right? It's the observation that there should be energetic systems in place in case there is an energetic crisis, in case there is a modality or experience by which, and I keep on seeing, you can't control some things. Some things are beyond, some things are beyond the purview to control. So I keep on seeing that the gift of the trip is potentially showing you an unsafe energetic experience that you're in the space by which you literally said to someone, I would just like a week for myself. And they said, no can do. You're asking for too much in the space of having a week, because they're saying, what if something more important were going on? What if there was some kind of condition that made it impossible for you to be able to function? Or what if there was some kind of energetic crisis that needed you energetically? A safe environment is one that has stopgaps to be able to recognize and identify that something does not collapse if we're not in the presence of holding it up. And so I keep on seeing the fact that the gift of the trip is the fact that it's brought you into understanding that you're occupying a tower moment, right? That the position that you're in isn't energetically safe, because they're basically saying, if you're not here, if there's any reason that you cannot appear, then it becomes, and then everything is precarious. Everything is going to energetically collapse. So I keep on seeing, like, it's showing you the fact that you're in some kind of Atlas mentality. And the thing with Atlas energy is that you're in a tower moment, right? It's like a tower moment is the space by which you say that when you pull away, everything shouldn't feel like it's going to energetically collapse. So I feel like the space by which you're working through that, I keep on hearing you should be doing everything possible to move yourself out of a tower experience, right? And in fact, I keep on hearing the guides brought this trip to you to help you recognize how precarious the position that you are in. Better to find, I keep on hearing, better to find out through the trip, right? Better to find out through the ability of articulating the desire for a trip than for something truly dire to be occurring, for a situation by which you have no energetic choice but to have to take that time off. So I keep on seeing, like, allow that to energetically calibrate or articulate your choice, because I keep on hearing a healthy space should to be in should never require you to be in Atlas energy. You should never have to be in a position by which they say you have to be here always, even beyond your own capacity or ability to do so. Like, there, like, literally almost no situation. I keep on hearing, even in the situation, like, even I keep on hearing, even I keep on hearing, even in the situation, I keep on hearing, like, this is not, like, even in the situation by which like I keep on hearing, even in the situation by which, like, even I keep on hearing, even star energy has, I keep wondering, even star energy has energy that supports star systems, is what I keep on hearing, which is the effective space by which something, even in the calibration of something relying solely on an energetic, like on a particular energetic frequency, there's always the calibration to articulate what occurs in the event that another person is not present. So I keep on seeing the gift of this trip was to allow for the articulation of that conversation, right? Like the guides brought this forward to help you see how precarious the energetic position is. And I keep on seeing the one thing that should never occur is an energy that articulates the fact that you're experiencing an ultimatum, because I keep on seeing an ultimatum of that nature is impossible, because what happens in the space by which something dire occurs, right? Like there, I keep on hearing there, this is the gift of seeing something in a moment of preference that is bringing up a much bigger problem in the condition of the inevitable moment by which something occurs by which you won't be able to be there. So I keep on seeing, if they cannot address the sickness, then that is a situation by which you're not energetically safe to be there, because I keep on hearing it's not if, it's not if you can't be there for a week. You have to remember it's when, right? That's the conversation that you need to have with someone. It's not if, it's when. Having to miss a week of something is not something that is avoidable. It is something that is going to happen inevitably. There's going to be something that occurs that requires you to miss a week. And so the conversation of saying, what is the process by which that occurs? And I keep on saying, if someone is saying that that is impossible, they are literally asking the impossible from you. Bottom of the deck on this reading, it can't be true. There has to, like, I keep on seeing that it's an impossible, like, it's, I keep on hearing it's a catch 22. It's an impossible situation. They're literally articulating a space by which they're saying that you can't ever take, like, there's a situation by which you're saying that you can't ever take time for yourself. So I keep on hearing they're articulating something that cannot be true. And so what they're really saying is, like, I keep on saying, like, it's the space by which they're articulating the fact that what they're really saying is that they have absolutely no vacation time. Like that in modality. And again, even that being energetically unreasonable. Like I keep on hearing, unless it's seasonal, is what I keep on seeing. Like, unless there's a modality by which there's a recognition of the fact that there's already, I keep on hearing, unless there's already some vacation time that is baked into a situation, is what I keep on hearing. Like there are certain situations by which there is vacation time that is baked in, that they say, okay, look, you can take a vacation, but you can only take a vacation during this time. If they're articulating a situation by which they're saying, like, you are never allowed to take any vacation unless you're, like, the only way you can't be here is if you're at death's door. Like, you keep on hearing, like, the space by which another person says the only way you can leave here is if you're at death's door, is a situation by which they're basically, there's no healthy balance there, is what I keep on seeing. It's like, I feel like the gift of the trip was danger, danger. It's like, literally, I feel like the guides gave it to you to show you, like, to help you see and recognize the ability of finding something that is energetically toxic, because it's the energy that is basically saying you can't have any time for yourself. That the only way you can, like, how dare you take time for yourself, because the only way you can't be here is if you literally cannot function. So I keep on hearing, like the trip was the note, is what I keep on hearing. Like, I feel like the guides gave you that to say, take the note in relationality to understanding and finding something. I keep on hearing finding something that recognizes that it's okay for you to take some time for yourself without making you feel like everything, like, I keep wondering, not just to the fact that they're not being, not just the fact that everything's going to fall apart, but the fact that it's clearly not true, is what I keep on seeing. It's clearly not true. Because I feel like especially I keep wondering, especially if there's evidence of someone having to step away and everything being fine. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, and if this message connected to you as well, and I would not be surprised when you tell them that you're leaving, because I see the fact that there's another position on the other side of this. They're suddenly gonna say like, "Oh, we wanna give you some vacation time." Get ready for that. I already see it here. They offer vacation time once you articulate that you're going to leave. So that'll also be a sign of the sickness in them offering you something that they should have given you in the first place. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. I keep on hearing, recognize your sign of something not being healthy is when they try to offer you something when you're leaving that they should have given to you in the door, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much again, Yasmin, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. We've got 3 spots left before the list will be closed today. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 62.1K likes. When we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 100K in no time. I also feel like it has, I don't know why I'm getting this, Yasmin. Especially if it has something to do with the fact that you're in feminine energy. I don't know where that's coming through. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to. Thank you. All right, I'm just going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. I keep on hearing the rules are not different. All right. So well put. Thank you. Good. Yes, proximity is nearness in relationality to space, time, or relationship. My internet's acting a fool. Yeah, that's like happened to a lot of people right now, Sam. Probe, near, most near. Sorry to get stuck. No, I'm like down for this. We can like I'll roll with this in the disco. All right. And thank you, Per, for getting on the list. We've got 2 more spots available today before the list will be closed. Sarah, thank you for the follow. Yes. Oh no, listen, I love getting into word origins. Are you kidding me? You're very excited. I'm like, yee! All right, Moon. How are you doing? Good to see you, dear. Hi there, Just. How are you doing, Tiff? Thank you for confirmation. Yep. Yes, this resonates. Nobody should be indispensable at work. I understand that you can experience a busy time, but no, it's unreasonable. I keep wondering it's unreasonable and untrue. I almost feel like I have no choice but to give an ultimatum. But that's what I keep on seeing. I feel like this is you giving the energy of planning your next. I keep on hearing it's like they're saying no trips, so this is the energy of you effectively like going like moving on from something. I got sick a month ago and could not be there for 5 days, and they managed to make it work. Yeah, so again, that's what I meant about something literally not being true. Yeah. And sending it literally feels like that. Like the guides, like I feel like the guides gave you the desire for a trip to help you see the tower moment that you didn't realize you were in. Yeah, I guess like you're in danger. It's like that. It's clearly not true. So why say it? Yeah. If like, yeah, it's because they don't, it's like, it's not, it's like they don't want to, right? If not true, why? Because it's not, they can't. It's like, because they don't want to. Yeah. Try to have a conversation. Yep. You have a good day too, Sam. Yeah, this feels very true. Sending you support. I keep on seeing like I want to stress potentially like don't like potentially like working through the space of articulating upon like I keep on hearing like not like making sure that you're not forcing a conversation, but articulating upon the fact that it's not unreasonable, like what their policy on vacation is. Because I keep on hearing everybody should have some kind of policy in place to allow for that. The feminine energy part is on point. Okay, thank you for confirming. Bearing, yep. I think that's the approach. Yeah. Oh, sending you support on that journey, dear. I want to be in my soft girl era so bad. I know. It's this energy. It's like everybody's got to suit up. Yeah. My next question. Well, I mean, we could definitely dig into that in another reading, dear. You know, there's some weird vibes there, to be sure. Like I was picking up some weird vibes. All right. I've got Per and Minnie on the list right now. So Per and Minnie, if you're okay, if you're all right with this, I would like to do the one card readings and then see if we have time to make sure that we can accommodate for the personals. If that's something that you're comfortable with, I'll be happy to give you both an additional card in your reading. If you're comfortable with that, I just want to make sure. Thank you, Per. I appreciate that. And also, guys, we're at 63.2K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. And in the meantime, we're going to get started on one card readings for subscribers. If you are a subscriber, go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a subscriber, you can hit that super fan status, and that will give you that will entitle you to a one card. And if you are a subscriber, make sure that you're recharging your heart me's if you would like an animal spirit guide card on top of your one card as well. One card, highest priority right now for Julia. I feel like everything you're experiencing right now, I keep on hearing, remember, everything you're experiencing right now is don't go energy, right? I know even if it feels confused, it feels like the energy articulating like don't go, like especially Knight of Pentacles, you know, working through, I keep on hearing like the process of working through a maturation journey is often hearing energy articulate that you're moving in the wrong direction. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the fire dragon, you know, the amplification of working through energy that should feel like they're celebrating something that you're doing instead of ruminating upon it. I keep on saying, don't take it personally, take it profoundly. Just identify and recognize what it is that you're working through. One card for Bill. Highest priority, please, for Billy. Whoa, 3 cards. I feel like there's something I feel like there's something important in relationality to I see you carving a pathwork right now. And the thing about it is like I know these cards don't feel like it, but it feels a lot like hermit energy. Because often I keep on hearing when you're trying to do something that you haven't done before, it can sometimes feel like a lonely place. But I keep on seeing like this is you like giving like yeah, Page of Cups, like this is the sound of you trying to do something better, which is like stepping out of your comfort zone. And I keep on hearing like when we're trying to step out of our comfort zone, we have to be brave, right? Because I keep on hearing stepping out of our comfort zone sometimes feels like a silly place. So I keep on getting- stepping out of a comfort zone sometimes feels like a silly place because we have to get over like we have to get over our own insecurity to find our confidence is what I keep on seeing. One card for Bridget. Oh, on Hazel, got you. Who are they looking for? I don't know why. Was there somebody outside? Are they looking for somebody outside? I feel like I see somebody looking for someone outside. Like, yeah, like the Page of Cups in its reversal. Um, I don't know why. I'm just picking up something like I almost see somebody looking out a window or like building some kind of excitability in terms of something that they would see outside that isn't there is what I keep on getting. Yeah, like I don't know like I feel like it's like I see like I feel like I don't know are they a window watcher? You know? Like I don't know why. It feels like Like it feels like they're looking for something that they've got they're playful with or they like to watch and they're not there. Did something did like are they bird watcher? Like I feel like the cat's a bird watcher is what I'm getting. All right, and sick. Thank you for the follow. One card on clarity for Yaz because it would be inconvenient. Because I see something here. Um, like I just see something here by which you make something profoundly convenient. And I keep on seeing like I keep on hearing like the space by which we understand and we navigate inconvenience for one another. I keep on seeing like yeah, bottom of the deck, work life balance is not inconvenient. It's like it's weird because it's a little green energy too. You know? Like I'm getting some kind of green energy or somebody working through like why do you get to? You know what I mean? Like there it's odd, you know? Yeah, especially with the adder. You remember how I said like there's something energetically weird about that? You know? Like it says to me like I keep on getting like I don't know why I'm picking up some kind of energy saying if I can't, you can't. You know what I mean? Like it's giving me like I told you like the space like I keep on hearing like the space by which we do something that would bring us joy. Another person saying I love that for you versus versus somebody like um I feel like, you know, and we, you know, and again, you can reach out to me, like we can, like, I almost like want to take this offline in relationality to articulating, which is I keep on hearing like the space by which, I don't know, like I feel like there's something like there's almost some kind of energy in someone fearing that like you're not going to come back is what I keep on seeing. You know what I mean? Like I keep on getting some kind of modality here. Like we can like it says to me like I keep on seeing like the space by which another person feels excited, by which another person is like amplifying or articulating upon an experience is not the space by which they take it personally what another person does in their downtime is what I keep on seeing. You know? It's like it's weird. Alexandra, one card advice on navigating. I got you, dear. The cry for help energy. It's the same message I get. You cannot protect another person from their choices, right? Like I feel like this is saying to me, like I feel like I gotta stress this. Like I feel like energy, I feel like this is energy that is partnered, like has found some kind of pushover energy, right? Which is like looking at something and being like, "Look, they let me do anything." It's like when someone says, "Look, they let me do anything," and seeing how energetically miserable they are, right? And I keep on hearing, yeah, bottom of the deck. You know, like I feel like this is somebody has a hard time asking for permission, and I keep on hearing in healthy relationship, all we do is check on each other. It's not I keep on hearing, like, it's not at like, when we are not healed from a mother wound, we often look at relationship and say, "Nobody tells me what to do," failing to recognize that that's all we do in healthy partnership. All we do in healthy partnership is constantly check on each other to see if we're feeling energetically cool about things. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, like the raven. Like, I feel like it's the space by which, like, another person like, I keep on hearing, it's not your job to save them. It's not your job to like I keep on hearing like the no tug of war energy, right? No energy by which you have a conversation with someone being like, they're not good for you. Another person being like, "Oh, are you better? Why don't you prove it?" You know what I mean? Like, I keep on hearing healthy relationship is not calibrated by preferential treatment, right? It's not the space by which another person says, like, "Look how sad I am without you." It's the energy that identifies and says, I'm making choices to make better decisions." Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Alexandra, and sending you support on that journey. One card around Betty's energy, please, for Ella. I feel like they're going through some kind of anxiety right now. It's not personal. I've got somebody in some kind of hermit mode. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the Lovers card, you know. Um, I I feel like I see somebody like going through some like relationship issues. You know what I mean? Like, and I feel like there's something like there's something about that I feel like I'm gonna give you animal spirit guide on this. Yeah, especially with the stag energy. I feel like I feel like I almost see somebody in some kind of modality where they're worried about upsetting someone, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like a lot of anxiety and relationality to that in some way, shape, or form. All right, Billy, highest priority, please. Um, I prioritize energy that prioritizes me and wants the same things as me, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, again, I don't know why. I feel like you're in the business, right? I don't know if you're doing something where it feels like you're racking up rejections. I keep on hearing like when we're looking for the right partnership, we delight in racking up rejections because I keep on seeing that I feel like I feel like this is you becoming more refined in relationality to partnership in some way, or being able to articulate and identify like what feels like I keep wondering what feels energetically right is what feels like it's balanced. And I feel like this is often like there's something about this too that I see you navigating. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with eagle. You know, when we articulate, when we compare, like when another person compares their placement in our life to where another person sits, this is often why they ruin the possibility of having things with us. Because I keep on hearing we don't compare relationships. No two relationships are alike. They're all unique. So I almost see some kind of modality by which you're working through, like you're working through or finding harmonious partnerships and letting I keep wondering letting go of distorted connections that are more in the space of comparing instead of celebrating. All right. And just reading over the comments. Oh, and that's what I meant. Yeah, that's what I meant about the stepping out of the comfort zone, you know? Okay. One moment, please. Thank you, Sin. This is confirming that green energy. You were suspecting a bit already. Thank you. Got you. All right, perfect. I've had a cat with crawling it. Oh, really? Oh, purr. All right. I've never heard that occurring before. All right, Esteban, one card for the rest of the week, please. I feel like this is you like getting things knocked off the to-do list. Like this feels incredibly productive. This is you getting stuff done. Yeah, and I feel like it's interesting because I feel like this is you getting ahead of some work in some way, you know? I almost feel like this is you getting work done to be able to carve off some time not to have to work, is what I keep on seeing, you know? Like, it feels to me like you're giving yourself a little bit of a runway so that you can, like, find some kind of time to be able to, like, have some downtime on something. Yeah, especially with the crane energy, you know? Like, it feels like a lot of energy and relationality to preparation or working towards something. So that I keep on hearing, like, I don't know if you're planning a trip or doing something, like, in relationality to making sure that you have some kind of time to be able to relax upon something. How are you doing today, Hind? Yeah, everything good with her, but this show they're sneezing. Maybe that was like, were they outside? Did they get outside? Hold on. If they're in relationship, as it seems, it's out of my hands now. Well, and that's what I mean. Like that, like literally, like the space by which another person like articulates the feeling of being of needing to be saved. I keep on hearing like that's what I mean in relationality to energy, not trying to broadcast the fact that they feel they need to be saved from a relationship in that like are you okay, but taking the steps that feel like they're beneficial to them is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, because I was going to say I was curious as to whether they got an out, Bridget, because I keep on saying it's an outside problem that I was identifying. Goody, good vibes. What does the energy show in relationship? Um, I mean, this is feeling positive, but I keep on hearing like having like I keep on hearing like feelings check-ins, being able to articulate and identify what feels energetically reciprocal and supportive, bottom of the deck right now. Yeah, I feel like you and another person need to start prioritizing more downtime together. You know what I mean? Like I feel like I almost see like I see you and another person having a lot of outside demands. So I feel like there might be a conversation about trying to carve out more time to prioritize the energetic health of a connection. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the ram, right? Having to carve out some time to just prioritize around partnership. Oh, Ella. Oh my goodness, sending them so much support. Yeah, and like I keep on seeing like working through like I keep on seeing like I feel like it's working through I feel like there's something about not wanting to share another person's conversation is what I keep on hearing. Like I almost see somebody like if I keep on hearing if they're not articulating upon something, I feel like they're trying to prioritize another person's privacy, if that makes sense. Hi there, Logan. Yeah, we can pass anything. Oh, I did not know that. That's wild, Kim. Yep. Yeah, remember when I said it's an outside problem? It has something to do outside. She's so fragile. Yep. Oh, that's oh my goodness. Oh, Ella, I'm sending you some. That's. Oh, man. All right, friends. Final call for any of my subscribers who are still waiting for a one card reading. If not, we're going to continue right now. We're going to go back to the private readings. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, oop, I got you one on love for Nikki. It's interesting. You got two cards, and they're both transverse. I keep on saying like this is the sound of you putting your foot down, right? Like the force of love is the articulation of saying I'm not standing for it. Is what I keep on hearing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the like especially with the 7 of swords in its reversal. I keep on hearing it's like not I keep on hearing everyone's comfortability is not alike. You don't get to articulate that you're not making someone like you're like you don't navigate making someone comfortable if they're energetically intolerant because that I keep on hearing that's I mean like that's prioritizing another person's intolerance is like instead of being able to build into the space. Yeah, hind energy, right? um Being able to articulate the preciousness that another person has, like you hold someone to, is the space by which I keep on seeing, like, the articulation point of you saying and identifying, like, and it's interesting too, like making someone feel like they're the odd person out, right? Like when we care about each other, we don't make one another feel like we're the odd person out or we're making another person feel energetically uncomfortable. Often, like we recognize and understand that the odd person out is the person that articulates that that's occurring, not the space but by which another person is like I keep on hearing, it's like it's the energy that tries to estrange is estranged, is what I keep on seeing, right? The space by which we understand and identify that we're energetically precious is not the space by which we have to prioritize another person's comfortability if their comfortability is fragility, right? I keep on hearing, don't confuse comfortability with fragility. Yeah, today's the new moon rainbow, or it was earlier. Okay, one moment. I don't. That's a great question, Bridget. I don't know. You should post it in the. You should post it in the disco in the remedy section. Hold on a minute. You have cats that take Claritin. Oh, I should get some for. I didn't know we could do that because Strega. She's got that little snoring issue. Have you guys heard Strega snoring? It's bad. It's bad. When you have as many as I do, we've learned all kinds of things. Oh my gosh, I didn't know they could do that. I should get some for Strega because she got a little snoring issue. Yep. That's exactly what I'm trying to do. Oh, thank you for confirmation, Estevan. Yep. Oh, I need to get some. I didn't know that. I got you, Rainbow. Connection. What's going on with that connection? I see somebody. I feel like I see somebody that needs to figure out what they want. Is what I keep on seeing. You know? Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I feel like I keep on hearing like, so don't like be conscientious of someone who like pushes someone away and then goes, where are you? Right? Like the space by which, like I keep on seeing like the space by which we identify and articulate that. I keep on hearing, a healthy relationship should not require us to be the one doing all the heavy lifting. It's like something about building into that space of reciprocity, animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the dog energy. Um, I almost, it's weird because like I almost see somebody in hermit mode, like I see somebody that is like in this modality of like I feel like this is them being in some kind of modality of being very like I feel like they're trying to get something done or they're working on something. And I feel like I almost see them like tireless in something there. And I feel like there it's interesting because I'd be very conscientious about the last place that you left a conversation in relationality to like I don't know why, like I keep on hearing like the like what the nature of the relationship is between you both or what the energetic expectations are. Like I keep hearing like make sure that if they come back that it's a continuation of that conversation, not just like I keep on hearing like not the non sequitur of just picking up upon something, but articulating upon where you left it is what I keep on hearing. Oh, we've not spoken in 2 weeks. I've been trying to honor that space. Thank you for confirming. Yeah, plus it wouldn't be respectful to new energy. No, and that's what I see even now. Like I keep on seeing like I feel like there's something about that energy, Alexandra. I would be very conscientious about what they articulated upon how and previous relationships ended. I keep on hearing like no leapfrogging out of partnership. And thank you so much for the follow, Tay. Kim, highest priority, please. Um, hold your guns. You don't have to be acceptable about everything. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, man. If something is not okay, like be the person to articulate something's not okay. Like it's saying to me, like, speak up, like rip the band-aid off. Is what I keep on getting. Animal spirit guide, right? Like I feel like it's like the energy that's like I like, do I have to be the one to say it? Be like, yeah, be like if you're like, it's like sometimes like everybody agrees, but somebody needs to articulate upon something that's energetically bothering them, right? I keep on hearing it only takes one. Be like a, like it's saying to me, like understanding and identifying what feels like it's energetically productive. That does make sense. She also shuts down under stress. Oh, sending you support, Ella. And I feel like it's a space where you can say, what can I do to support you right now? Potentially not asking questions, but saying, what support do you need? You know? All right, Anna. These are one card readings for subscribers, Anna. So if you'd like to become a subscriber, I'm happy to pull a card for you. Man, both my feet literally down today. This new moon energy supportive. And well, it's interesting too. Like I wrote about it. It's like it's working through what feels productive. Luna snores too. I had a chihuahua that had a snoring issue. It was a dad snore too. If you've heard Strega snore, she snores like a person. It's wild. Ooh, Minnie, one card on what's shifting with this new moon energy today. Um, I think that there's something about this energy that I'm seeing in relationality to I feel like there's something that I'm seeing in relationality to um like going with the flow on things, right? Like I feel like a king of pentacles, like I feel like this is healing from a lot of self-criticism or being too hard on the self, like appreciating, like having some point of appreciation in terms of what it is that you're trying to do more effectively. Yeah, especially like the frog energy, right? Like the frog energy can sometimes articulate upon a desire of being too hard on ourselves, right? Like not working into the space of difficulty, but I keep on hearing like appreciating the work that we're doing. And I keep on hearing like working towards that in such a way that we're not being too hard on ourselves in the process. And Lily, thank you for the follow. I got push away vibes last night that did not feel good after trying a connection effort. Yep. Yep. Hold on a minute. No, I was doing yours. So Heather, I did yours in relationality to the dog energy coming up. And I feel like I see somebody like, and that's what I mean in terms of having a conversation with another person in terms of what the manifestation goals are in the relationship to make sure that you and another person have the same, have the same expectations in relationality to what it is that you're trying to evolve or develop between you both. Yep. Yeah, she loves cards. Oh, that's beautiful, Ella. I can do that. You're so welcome, Kim. I love that. Having more gratitude. You're welcome, Minnie. All right. My friends, so if it's okay, Per and Minnie, I'd like to hold your reading for tomorrow. We are going to be, and I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Oh, thank you. Thank you for joining us, Kylie. How are you doing today? All right, my friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. You're so welcome. Excellent. I appreciate them, Minnie. So we'll be back on tomorrow at our usual time. We'll be back on at 10 a.m. Sorry, we'll be back on again at 7 a.m. PST, 10 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified as to when I've gone live, you can head over to my profile and activate the bell there, and that'll turn on notifications. Also, if you just became a subscriber today, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to our subscriber only disco channel and introduce yourself to the collective. You'll also find there a special coupon code in the perk section that will give you access to our tarot class subscription program. Our next class will be held on Thursday, November 19th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We'll be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Sun card. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for your support, and the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another, and we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.